All right. Let's see what's going on. All right. All right. What's going on, family? What's going on? We about to get started. Y'all see what the title is? I'm gonna get this out the way. Hopefully, we ain't spend too much time on it. You feel me? But yeah, we're gonna touch on that. You know how we do. All right. Let me say what's up to the family. Let me say what's up to the family. So, shalom, shalom, family out there. Tabitha West in the building. Vaskiat Mikhail. Can I say the N word? No, you can't say the N word. What are you talking about? Can you say the N word? I don't know what's going on, but if you keep doing that, then you're going to get blocked. Shout out to Shaman in the building. My brother Knowledge Truth. Ace Ace, what's going on? 617, let's get it. Shalom, shalom, family. So go ahead and share this link. Go ahead and share this link. All right. So take a look. Let me know. Let me know if the video and audio is doing okay. Let me know if the video and audio is doing okay. All right, hit 1 if the video and audio is on point. If you can hear me clearly, if you can see, if there's no skipping, there's no issues, let me know. All right. Shout out to my brother Parker in the building. Ace Ace in the building. Cheryl in the building. What's going on, y'all? Make sure you share this link. Hit 1 if everything is okay. It looks like it's skipping on my end, so I can't really tell. All right. Okay, hold on a second. Give me a second. Yeah. All right, just give me a second, family. I just need to share this video real quick. Y'all can do the same thing. Make sure you hit that thumbs up button. Make sure you hit the thumbs up button. All right, make sure you share this video. I appreciate it. We're gonna go over a couple things. We're gonna get into this quick subject matter, and then we're gonna open it up for Q&A. Let's see. Okay, that looks good. All right, let me rock that. All right, let's rock this out. Rock this out. All right. Okay. What's up? All right. Okay, let's see. Let's go. All right, family, just give me a second. Just give me a second. Hold on. Let me just get these things together. All right, I think we should be good. I think we should be good. Okay, more posts here. All right, we're good to go. All right. All right, all right. So shout out to Mark Moore in the building, Al Nat in the building. What's going on? Yahusef Ben Israel, what's going on? Minister Maccabi in the building, Shalom. Shamas to have questions about the Bantu, West Africans, and the Hebrew. Okay. If we're able to successfully get to our Q&A and in some time, and you call in, we can rap about that. Shout out in search of Yah. Shalom. Kill Nimrod. Shalom. Spiritually in the building, what's going on? All right, family. So make sure you share this link. I don't know. It seemed like my screen is bugging out. It looks like the picture's jumpy. I don't know. I think it might just be from what I'm seeing on my end, but I discussed that in a previous video. But hold off that question to Q&A, and then I'll pull up the cultural background study Bible that I utilized before when I answered that question in the past. And I'll see if I can address that again for you. All right. So, is you okay? All right. Okay. So, before we get started, I want y'all to take a look at the screen real quick. All right. So don't forget, Kingdom Harbinger Ministries, we will be in Orlando, February 20. Let me see. February 21st and 22nd, which is next Friday and next Saturday. All right. I had a flyer. I just had the date for the 22nd, but the event is really Friday evening. So that's what we're aiming for, Saturday evening, but we might lock in Friday evening. So anybody that is interested in joining KHM or seeing what we're about, if you're in Orlando or the surrounding cities, counties, or towns, make sure you are there. Okay, we're going to give you the location and the time. The time is going to be in the evening, 6:37 to about 9-10 o'clock. All right. And the location area is going to be in the hotel area, not far from Universal Studios. Okay. Again, you have to email us for those details at kingdomharbinger@gmail.com or call or text us at 404-939-2280 so we can send you the address and the time. Again, this is an exclusive invite only. This is not an open event. I know a lot of people wanted to come out. They thought I was lecturing and stuff like that. And I told them, I said, well, you get a chance to build with me afterwards, right? You can ask me questions, we can interface, but this is not an official lecture, right? So I'm not doing an official lecture. We're actually launching a chapter of the organization out in Orlando, right? And there's been several people that's hitting me up saying that they want to join KHM out there in Orlando. So we're going to hit as many cities as we can this year, 10 to 12 cities. And we want to start off with a small city like Orlando. And then we're gonna hit other cities as well. Last year we did a launch in 4 different cities. This year we're gonna do about 10 cities, maybe 12, and the year after that we're gonna do another 10, and so on and so forth. All right. So we're trying to expand as much as we can so we can have a more extended reach and we can really bring about revolutionary change in our community, because the cultural paradigms need to change so we can achieve autonomy. All right. And we believe that we have one of the best solutions to provide the community, and we need help. right? So make sure you remember, we're going to be there next Friday, next Saturday. Tell your Christian apologist bullies to come through, have them call that number, and we're going to give them all the details they need to come and bully me in person, all right? Because that's what they want to do. They want to be a big Christian apologist bully. So we're going to be in their town, in their neck of the woods, giving them an opportunity to bully us, because, you know, that's what most of these Christian apologists are. They're bullies, all right? So we're going to let them know we're not pushovers, you feel me? And we're not built to fold. So if they want to come there and bring the ruckus, I mean, holler at us. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully you can take the pressure as a man. If not, then it is what it is, right? But, you know, we just want people to see that these Christian apologists acting like they're Christians, they carnal as hell, okay? They working out of the works of the flesh, and we're going to prove it. So we're going to, hopefully this Christian bully will show up. We're going to make sure we take a video and some pictures once we land, let him know we in town. Since he don't want to deal with us directly, we got to deal with a third party to get through to him. It's all good, right? We want to make sure he shows up, all right? We want to make sure the Christian bully shows up so y'all can see what Christian apologists are really about, okay? So you make sure you tell your Christian apologist bullies, if they're in the neighborhood, tell them to come through and we'll holler at them, and we're going to destroy them. You know what I'm saying? Whatever information or whatever kind of energy they bring, we're going to handle it. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what we do. You feel what I'm saying? We don't back down. We follow Torah, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. I mean, it is what it is. You feel me? So, you know, if y'all, the rest of y'all want to come out because you're really interested in something productive, I mean, I don't know about that. That's not productive at all. That's just us showing you what they're really made of. But those of you who want to come out, support the ministry, see what we about. You know, I'm gonna do a PowerPoint. I'm gonna do an icebreaker. We're gonna have food and everything like that. So we're gonna take care. Whoever comes out is free, just for you to come in and see what we about. You know what I'm saying? If you want to sign up and be a member, you know what I'm saying, you can, and, you know, we'll go from there. But the event is free, so you're not paying anything to come through. All you're doing is sending us an email and or calling or texting us at 449392280. So that way we can give you the details. Like I said, it's an exclusive VIP invite only. We can only have but so many people there, right? I think we can only accommodate about 20 or 25 people. So the first 25 people that holler at us will be able to let y'all in. You know what I'm saying? So, but otherwise, we're going to be there Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday morning. We're leaving out. So we'll be there for 2 full days, Friday and Saturday. You know what I'm saying? So if you miss us that Friday evening, then we'll probably have another get together on Saturday. But nonetheless, make sure your weekend is clear and come out and check out to see what KHM is doing. All right. So I wanted to make sure I put that up there and I talk about that. All right. All right. So if you're still looking at the screen, next thing is our Jubilee Manumission program. You need some extra cash. Join our debt elimination consultant team. Make up to 50% commission. Sign up today. Email us at jubileemanumission@gmail.com for more details. Okay, so those of you who are looking for some kind of part-time work, some kind of supplemental income, you can join our referral program, or you could become a consultant. Referral program, we give you a unique referral code. You give it to people who are interested in getting their credit repaired, debt eliminated, and want to go on a roll to a clean slate in regards to their credit health. And we're here to help out with that. You give them your code, they come to us, we give them a free assessment and consultation. And if they want to buy into our paid services, which we'll talk them into because we'll do all the hard work for them. If not, we educate them enough to do things for themselves. But if they get our paid services, then you get a 25% commission. And anybody that wants to be a consultant, you do the same thing. The only thing is we'll empower you or educate you on how to be a consultant. And once you consult with them, when they get our paid services, you'll get 50% commission. All right. And we also offer this as a service to the community as well. Our consultations is free. Our assessment is free. We'll give you enough information so you know exactly what to do. But if you want us to do it for you, then you can pay us and we'll take care of it for you. All right. We'll render our services, make sure you're happy, you pay us. And for whatever reason, if you're not happy, then we'll return the money. Okay. So that's how we do. You have nothing to lose by signing up for this program. If you want to get rid of any derogatory remarks off your credit report, and or if you want to make some money on the side, holler at us. We're here to help you out with that. All right. Okay. All right. So I wanted to make sure I get that out the way. Shout out to Kanisha Morgan in the building. RPMVP 803. Shalom. My sister by hearing and hearing by. What's going on, sis? Janelle, Mrs. Yalva Money. Shalom, sis. Black Av, my brother. What's going on? Kendrick in the building. What's going on, fam? What's going on? Oh, you said you was trying to come through, Miss Maccabi. That would be great if you would have came through, Ak, man. Sham, my brother Sham Stroh, man. What's going on, Aki? What's going on? In search of Yah. Said what's up to you. So, like I said, family, share this video. Hit that thumbs up button right there. It don't take much to do it. Just click on it. And if you click on it, then we can get this up to the top of the search box so people can learn the truth about this St. Valentine's Day. Okay? And we can know that it's a celebration of the Catholicized she-wolf. Y'all be like, what are you talking about, Divine? I ain't celebrating no Catholicized she-wolf. I'm out here just getting some chocolate candy and some cards, and I'm giving it to somebody I love saying Happy Valentine's Day. But do you know the origins of that? Where did that come from? Okay, Lupercalia. Okay, we're going to touch on that a little bit, all right? And you got to see what the root word is, right? Root words are very important, okay? Extremely important. That's why etymology, dictionaries are important. This is why lexicons are important. If you know where that word lupra comes from, then you'll understand where we're getting at, all right? So let's get into what this holiday is about. I'm not going to go too in depth. I'm just going to read an article so you can go back and do your research. This is an article that you can get for free online. And I like to use those things for people so they can go and fact check the things that I'm saying. If you see anything erroneous about what I'm saying, just inbox me, email me, or whatever, share your thoughts and views. But I just want to inspire y'all to think for yourself. Don't just go along with the crowd simply because everybody's doing it, right? Because you have some kind of presupposition on what you think the holiday is, and it's really not. There's Christians out there say, oh, I'm a Christian, like hardcore Christians, like some of these Christian apologists, but they out there celebrating St. Valentine's Day. And I asked them, I'm like, yo, you a Catholic? Nah, I ain't Catholic. Do you got some Roman ancestry? Nah, I ain't got no Roman ancestry. So what the heck are you doing celebrating this holiday? Shout out to my brother Donnell Jones in the building. Shalom to my sister Deborah Newsom. What's going on? Chris Benya, what's going on, my brother? I want to give a shout out to my brother Seth Moyana. He won the Biblical Hebrew Language Pack 2.0. And I'm going to ship that out to him soon. And then we had another winner for our casting lots. I have the video up. So shout out to my brother Christopher. He won that as well. Me and him touch bases. He has his own business, trucking business. So I'm going to ship that out to him as well. He won the casting lots set. Like I told y'all, since we got those two things out the way, the next thing is we're going to pay somebody's bill courtesy of the donations received by KHM. All right. So those of you who are part of our Patreon, that's www.patreon.com/DivineProspect. Okay. Sign up. We need 2 more entries now because every month things get reshuffled. So we need 2 more entries for Patreon, and then we can do this giveaway. All right. I know thousands of you out there would love to have your bill paid for free. I know I would love to have my bill paid for free. You know what I'm saying? And we want to do that because we are the ministry that gives back. Okay, we're the YouTube channel that gives back. We're the organization that gives back. All right. So what we do here is a small token of what we do in real life. Okay, so we just want to thank and reward those who support us. Okay, and again, I don't know too many YouTube channels or Israelite, organizations or whatever that gives back immediately like this. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying none don't. I'm just saying that you don't see them giving back like this. You know what I'm saying? But also today, since y'all happen to join, and I appreciate y'all for being here, somebody's going to win this $10 Google Play gift card. Okay, you see this? $10 Google Play gift card. You can buy a book with this. You can buy an app with this. You can buy a game with this. You can get music with this. This doesn't apply to y'all who are Apple users. My bad. One of my future gift cards will be an Apple card, but for right now, this is an Android Google Play card. Okay. So I'm going to give this out to somebody that is watching here tonight. Let's hit those thumbs up. Let's share this video. Let's get some more people up in here. And after I go through the information, then I'm going to tell you how you can win this card while you are on the broadcast with us. All right. Somebody's going to win this $10 card for free just for being here. So not only do we give on our Patreon, somebody's bill is going to get paid. A Patreon is going to get their bill paid. And if you want to tap into that, you can. You know what I'm saying? Like the people who won gifts, they haven't really, they contributed, but they haven't contributed enough to warrant the actual gift that they're getting, meaning that they're putting in little and they're getting a lot. So it's an investment, right? They see a huge return on their investment, and that's what we want to continue to do. We want to give y'all and reward y'all for all of the support that y'all giving us, for sharing our videos, watching our videos, liking our videos, sharing our services, purchasing our merchandise, you know, signing up for our Patreon, telling other people about our ministry. I mean, you guys in here are the best. You know what I'm saying? And I prefer quality over quantity any day. You know what I'm saying? I'll ride with any of y'all, and I appreciate y'all. You know what I'm saying? For being there for this ministry. And again, those of you who are in Orlando and Florida, look forward to meeting y'all, man, in person. Right? So, how many of y'all celebrated Valentine's Day today? All right, hit the thumbs up button if you celebrated Valentine's Day today. Hit that thumbs up button. Oh, man, you know what? I forgot to edit my video. Let me edit my video real quick. Hold on. Let me edit my video real quick. You know, because I forgot to put some emojis. There. I'm going to go ahead and fix that. Yeah, we gotta put a broken heart, and we got to put a wolf up in here, man. All right, so let's go ahead and do that real quick. Here's our broken heart. All right, and let's find our wolf. I don't have a werewolf or she-wolf to put up there, but I'm sure I could find something. Let me see if I can grab a wolf real quick. Let me see. Can I grab a wolf? Let me see. Nah, it's limited on here. Oh, here we go. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, I just had to update that real quick. I need people to see what's going on out here. All right. So, let's see. Give me a second. Give me 1 second, family. Forgot to update this. The hallway. All right, let me make sure. Let me do Valentine's Day. All right, my bad, family. I had to update that real quick. I think that's much better. All right. Okay, so we about to get started. Let's go in real quick. All right, there we go. All I'm seeing is thumbs down. So nobody's celebrating. None of y'all celebrate Valentine's Day today? Come on, man. I know I got some Christians up in here, man. Shout out to D Dirks in the building. Coy Walker, what's going on? So beautiful, peace. Ruckus Buck. Come on, man. Somebody hit the thumbs up. I know somebody. There's a lurking Christian out there. You celebrated Valentine's Day. If you did, it's okay. It's fine. But you know what? Most of the people that bang on me are Protestant Christians, Christian apologists. And a lot of them, I'm friends with them on Facebook and social media, and they out there celebrating Valentine's Day. Same ones that celebrate Halloween, celebrate Christmas, celebrate Thanksgiving. I'm like, man, you're supposed to be a diehard Christian, and you celebrating stuff that has nothing to do with Christianity. All right, look at the thumbs down, man. Shout out to Freddie Jackson in the building. All right, so nobody? Okay, so if that's the case, we got some real ones up in here. Hit that thumbs up button, fam. Hit that thumbs up button. Remember, we have a $10 Google Play gift card. All right, somebody's going to win this just for tuning into this broadcast. All right? Nelson said, if we were celebrating, we wouldn't be here with you, brother. I know you'd be snuggled up with somebody right now. Probably some random person you met at a party or something like that. But anyway, so family, I'm not out here judging nobody. Listen, if that's what y'all want to do, that's fine. But don't come over here being overzealous and trying to bang on me. And I'm telling y'all the reason why I don't do it. I'm not saying it's bad in itself. I'm just saying it's not part of my culture. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to get people to understand that. Shout out to Set Apart Heart in the building. All right. I'm just trying to tell you the reason why I don't indulge in that, because it has nothing to do with my culture. So if it has nothing to do with my culture, then why would I be celebrating it? It doesn't make any sense. All right. Well, that's because Ruckus Bucks, that's because you probably have social media friends and associates that don't deal with it. You know what I'm saying? Or they hiding it on the low. You feel what I'm saying? And this is really for the diehard Christians that be banging on me. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on. I want one of them to show up and defend it. Shout out to Meek Wiley in the building. Shout out to my brother Get Wise. What's going on? Somebody got to come up and defend this. You know why they don't want to defend it is because we're going to just put the information out there for people to go back and research. There's been some articles written on this, on the history of this in the realm of academia. I have a few of them, but I wanted to give you something that's easy to read. Go back and research. All right. Again, hit that thumbs up button, family. Hit that thumbs up button. So let's get started, man. Let's get started. Without further ado, let's get started, man. Let me show you this information, man. I mean, some people may already be familiar with it. I'm sure people are familiar with it because if you hear, I'm sure you are familiar with it. You understand what I'm saying? If you hear, that means you've researched. Okay. So that means you are familiar with this, but there's some people that might be joining in for the first time and they're going to learn a lot of stuff they never heard before. Okay. All right. So let's do this, family. Let me make sure you can see my screen. Give me a second. All right. So y'all should be able to see the screen. All right. And again, y'all can look this up yourselves. You go to www.history.com. Look up history of Valentine's Day. All right. Very simple, family. Okay. So let's go into this, right? I want to get into something in particular. All right. Because remember what the title says. Okay. Remember what the title says. All right. Shout out to brother Yahudiya in the building. What's going on? All right. Mark Moore says, share the academic sources. Email me. I'll give it to you out. Shout out to Yapa Kalaya in the building. All right. So let's get into this. It's really, really easy. This article was originally written December 22nd, 2009, but it was updated. All right. For 2020, which would be your 11 years later. All right. But I'm going to scroll down to this. We're going to get here. All right. The history of Valentine's Day and the story of his patron saint is shrouded in mystery. We do know that February has long been celebrated as a month of romance, and that Valentine's Day, as we know, it contains vestiges of both Christian and ancient Roman tradition. But what kind of Christian tradition? Protestantism or Catholicism? But who was Saint Valentine and how did he become associated with this ancient rite? Well, what ancient rite? We're going to read it in a second. The Catholic Church recognizes at least 3 different saints named Valentine or Valentius, all whom were martyred. One legend contends that Valentine was a priest who served during the 3rd century in Rome. When Emperor Claudius II decided that single men made better soldiers than those with wives and families, he outlawed marriage for young men. Do you hear this foolery? Valentine, realizing the injustice of the decree, defied the Claudius and continued to perform marriages for young lovers in secret. When Valentine's actions were discovered, Claudius ordered that he be put to death. Still others insist that it was Saint Valentine of Terni, a bishop, who was the true namesake of the holiday. He too was beheaded by Claudius II outside of Rome. Other stories suggest that Valentine may have been killed for attempting to help Christians escape harsh Roman prisons, where they were often beaten and tortured. That sounds very interesting to another holiday that we talked about before with Saint Nick. Y'all remember Saint Nick, right? Jolly old Saint Nick. We beat him up last time. But let's keep going, because now Saint Valentine, he's on the chopping block. Okay? No pun intended. All right? Because, you know, a lot of Christians during that time were beheaded. So when I say chopping block, y'all know. Let's keep going. According to one legend, an imprisoned Valentine actually sent the first Valentine greeting himself after he fell in love with a young girl, possibly his jailer's daughter. What? Who visited him during his confinement. Before his death, it is alleged that he wrote her a letter signed "From Your Valentine," an expression that is still in use today. So you're writing "From Your Valentine" and your Valentine Day card to my Valentine, to your Valentine. Why are you calling this person a grown man's name? That doesn't make any sense to me. That's crazy, but it's okay. Y'all can keep calling each other's Valentines. If that's what y'all want to do, that's your business. I'm just putting the information out there. I'm just the messenger. Let's keep going. Although the truth behind the Valentine's legend is murky, the stories all emphasize his appeal as a sympathetic, heroic, and most importantly, romantic figure. By the Middle Ages, perhaps thanks to this reputation, Valentine will become one of the most popular saints in England and France. Whose culture is this? It's not my culture. Why am I celebrating this? Let's keep going. Origins of Valentine's Day, a pagan festival in February. While some believe that Valentine's Day is celebrated in the middle of February to commemorate the anniversary of Valentine's death or burial, which probably occurred around AD 270, others claim that the Christian church may have decided to place St. Valentine's feast day because if you don't know anything about the Roman Catholic Church and how the fathers of the church, the ancestors of their faith, are celebrated on various days throughout the year. So you are paying homage to St. Valentine when you're celebrating this festival. Why would you do that if that's not your culture? If you are Christian, I'm a Protestant Christian, I'm a Calvinist, and I'm a diehard Christian apologist. What are you doing celebrating this? Oh no, it's harmless. You know why? Because presuppositionally, this is what they've been taught. This is how they've been groomed. And they want to hold on dearly to this American culture because it's part of American culture. It's ingrained in American culture. You can't go through no store without seeing Valentine's Day stuff they just put up there, and then the next day they discount everything. So why even buy anything on Valentine's Day? You can get everything except for chocolate the day after the 15th. I'm just putting free game out there. All right. Wait till the 15th, buy all your items, hide them, and then next year, bring them out. That's it. I'm just trying to give you all game. Anyway, let's keep going. Others claim that the Christian church may have decided to place St. Valentine's feast day in the middle of February in an effort to Christianize the pagan celebration of Lupercalia. Celebrated at the Ides of February or February 15th, Lupercalia was a fertility festival dedicated to Faunus, the Roman god of agriculture, as well as to the Roman founders Romulus and Remus. And that's what we're going to see, the she-wolf. Now, hold on. It gets deep. Now, there are some sources that say, oh, no, they're disjunctive and they're not the same. Some will say, no, they're conjunctive. And, what they decided to do was because this celebration of Lupercalia within the Roman Empire was celebrated all the way into the 5th century, way after Christianity in the 4th century, the early 4th century, right, when it was imperialized, okay, because, it received imperial support, right, because of your boy. What's your boy's name? People say his name all the time. The Nicene Council, Constantine. Okay, so when Christianity, they were being persecuted before then, and when they were embraced by the Roman Empire, and then the Roman Emperor became your vicar of Christ, or your papacy, where he sits on the throne of Christ in the earth, they decided, man, we can't get rid of this Roman holiday. So we got to merge with it. We got to co-opt with it. And then tell people later on, oh, no, it's not the same thing. But yet the festivals are similar. You're still saying certain things that are on both festivals. This thing about St. Valentine and this thing about what we're about to read. Let's keep going. To begin the festival, members of Luperci, right, or Luperci, or Luperci, an order of Roman priests, would gather at a sacred cave where the infants Romulus and Remus, the founders of Rome, were believed to have been cared for by a she-wolf or lupa. That's what we're talking about. The celebration of the Catholicized she-wolf. This is what y'all celebrating. Catholicism and Roman paganism. This is what y'all celebrating. Let's keep going. The priest would sacrifice a goat for fertility and a dog for purification. Y'all might as well go all out. Where's your goat and your dog? Y'all not even doing this right. Okay, let's keep going. They would then strip the goat's hide into strips, dip them into the sacrificial blood, and take to the streets, gently slapping both women and crop fields with goat hide. Far from being fearful, Roman women welcomed the touch of the hides because it was believed to make them more fertile in the coming year. Is this scientific? What the hell is this? Later in the day, according to the legend, all the young women in the city would place their names in a big urn. The city's bachelors would each choose a name and become paired for the year with his chosen woman. These matches often ended in marriage. Now, one thing that we don't see here, that I didn't bring the other articles out, but these priests will go around butt naked with these wolf hides on. Come on, man. Now, maybe I should bring up the other article and show y'all what they were doing to the little boys. Do y'all want to go into that? Y'all let me know. Hit 1 if you want me to go into that, because this is what people are doing. Y'all taking elements of Catholicism and elements of Roman paganism, and y'all putting it together and say, no, it's an innocent holiday. So then why are you calling a grown man or grown woman Valentine? What the hell is that? That's not their name. To my Valentine. And you're sending them cards and all types of stuff. And Cupid. Don't let me get into Cupid, man. Should we get it? Let's get into Cupid, man. Let's get into Cupid. Let's keep going. Valentine's Day, a day of romance. Lupercalia survived the initial rise of Christianity, but was outlawed, and it was deemed unchristian at the end of the 5th century when Pope Gelasius declared February 14th St. Valentine's Day. It was not until much later, however, that the day became definitively associated with love. During the Middle Ages, it was commonly believed in France and England that February 14th was the beginning of birds' mating season, which added to the idea that the middle of Valentine's Day should be a day for romance. The English poet Geoffrey Chaucer was the first to record St. Valentine's Day as a day of romantic celebration in his 1375 poem Parliament of Fowls, writing, "For this was sent on St. Valentine's Day, when every fowl cometh there to choose his mate." Valentine's greetings were popular as far back as the Middle Ages, though written Valentines did not begin until the 14th century. The oldest known Valentine still in existence today was a poem written in 1415 by Charles, Duke of Orleans, to his wife while he was imprisoned in the Tower of London following his capture at the Battle of Agincourt. The greeting is now part of the manuscript collection of the British Library in London, England. Several years later, it's believed that King Henry V hired a writer named John Lydgate to compose a Valentine note to Catherine of Valois. So why am I engaging in European culture? What the heck does this have to do with me? Why would I be caught up in that? Oh, you know why? Because we have no identity. We don't know who we are. We don't know whose we are. So because of that, we aggregate all of these different things from other cultures just so we can feel equal. God deals in equity, not equality. God deals in equity, not equality. Run tell that. So we want to grasp at everything because we don't know who the hell we are. You know why? Because when you raise young black boys and black girls in K-12, and they're doing social studies and history of other nations, then we get to them and say, yeah, you know, Europeans did this. Yeah, you know, the Chinese did that. Yeah, you know, this group did this and this group did that. Well, what about us? Oh, yeah, your ancestors were slaves. So you start a young child off with his history, his heritage, his legacy being a slave. And he has to work himself from that savage state to some kind of civilized state. And in the process, it teaches self-hate because you have no purpose. You have no history. And if you don't have a history, you don't know where you're going. So therefore, you'll see everybody else that look like you the same way. And everybody else that don't look like you, whose history that you learn, culture that you learn, you give them respect. You give them admiration. This is why you got black people who get money and they start buying European stuff. Why? When you got so many other Black businesses out here that's hustling, that's making products for their community, you want to go and ball and you want to go get some Louis Vuitton. You want to get some Gucci. You want to put some white person's name on you when you got your own people that's trying to sell better products, and their products can get even further if y'all endorse them. But the first thing you'll want to get when you get money is you'll want to purchase things from other cultures. That has nothing to do with you. And marginalize your own people in the process because you see no value in them. So every time you celebrate a holiday like this, guess what? You lose more and more of your own identity. Your soul is being eaten away. And then you're going to continue to go through life trying to seek out what is my purpose. And what does most Black people do in America? Cling on to Christianity because it gives them a sense of purpose. Even though their ancestors wasn't practicing that in West Africa. And I'm going to have a debate with somebody this year sometime because they're going to prove to me that Christianity came into West Africa before missionaries. They're going to show that to me. And I'm going to tell them, no, there was elements of, Israelite culture that was in West Africa before any missionaries got there. And I'm going to prove that to them. But what I'm simply saying is, it's very clear. My ancestors didn't know nothing about this. They were not celebrating this. They're not Romans. They're not Catholics. They're not Europeans. So why am I engaging in this? If you do have Roman ancestry, go ahead and do it. Lupercalia is your holiday. You feel me? Go handle your business. If you're Catholic, go ahead. Take care of your business. St. Valentine, you have a particular day that you assign in the month of February for that saint. Cool. You know what I'm saying? You European and your ancestry go back to the Europeans back during the Middle Ages and medieval times, and they were doing this. Cool. That's your heritage. Embrace it. Do you. But that has nothing to do with me. Okay. All right, family. All right. You want me to keep going? Y'all want me to keep going? Hit the thumbs up if you want me to keep going. We're going to find out who this Cupid being is. Because, I see Cupid all over these stars, man. What is Cupid doing there? What does Cupid have anything to do with this? Where did that come from? So when people tell you, oh, no, this is a harmless holiday, but Cupid is there. Like, what culture does Cupid represent? When you see the hearts with the arrow in it, that also represents Cupid. What y'all doing with this? I see people putting this emoji out everywhere on Valentine's Day. What is this? Okay, let's keep going. Cupid is often portrayed on Valentine's Day cards as a naked cherub, launching arrows of love at unsuspecting lovers. But the Roman god Cupid has his roots in Greek mythology as the Greek god of love, Eros. Accounts of his birth vary. Some say he is the son of Nyx and Erebus. Others say of Aphrodite and Ares. Aphrodite is the goddess of love and Ares is the god of war, right? Still others suggest he is the son of Iris and Zephyrus, or even Aphrodite and Zeus, who would have been both his father and his grandfather. According to the Greek archaic poets, Eros was a handsome immortal, played with the emotions of gods and men, using golden arrows to incite love and leading ones to sow aversion. It wasn't until the Hellenistic period that he began to be portrayed as the mischievous, chubby child he became on Valentine's Day. You see that? What does that have to do with Black people? What does that have to do with those of us profess to be Israelites or West Africans? What does that have to do with us? To me, that's a form of pedophilia. Because they have some images of Cupid butt naked. He's supposed to be some kind of chubby child. So what are they really trying to convey to you, family? Why would you even buy a car with some chubby naked child on it, shooting an arrow into a heart? And you telling me that's okay? That's what y'all like to do? Okay. You see, I was trying to be nice. But we just going in. Shout out to my brother, Pastor Johnson, for the donation. Thank you so much, Pastor Johnson. I appreciate that. All right, family, if y'all want, y'all can also send a super chat. Hit the $ there. You can give whatever amount that you want. I greatly appreciate that. Also, if you want, you can look in the description, and there's other ways that you can give. We have Patreon. You can pledge. Again, we want to pay somebody's bill. We need 2 more patrons in order to do that. Okay, we give things out for free, and today we're gonna have a $10 Google Play gift card. Somebody's getting that just for being on this broadcast, family. Okay, let's keep going. Y'all want me to keep going? Let's keep going, man. What I want to show y'all, I want to show y'all something very important. Okay, I want to show you what these priests were doing, running around naked, man. Let's get into this. Let me pull that up. Okay, I'm gonna pull that up so y'all can see what this is about. All right, let me grab it real quick. Hold on 1 second. All right, there it is. Let me read it to you. Okay, you can get this from time.com, the truth about the connection between Valentine's Day and the ancient Roman festival of Lupercalia. Now, time and history says that Catholicism absorbed these pagan rituals of Lupercalia. And time says, no, it faded out before the rise of Saint Valentine and Valentine's Day developing later on during the European times, during the European Middle Ages and medieval period. So we have 2 different opinions in regards to this. And if you go and look at the academic articles, it does the same thing. Some say it was Christianized, some say it is disjunctive. So I like to be fair, but what I want to do is read you some more information of Lupercalia from this so you can see what this is about. Now, I want to show you this, okay? Let me show you this real quick. Hold on. Let me bring this up real quick. I want y'all to see this. Give me a second. Give me 1 second. Let me bring it up for y'all. Okay? There we go. All right. Here it is on the screen. Let's go in. Okay. What is known about Lupercalia is that it started with an act of sacrifice. Priests of the goddess Lupercus, called the Luperci, would take off their clothes and slaughter goats in the Lupercal, the cave that the Roman legend held to have been the location where city founders Romulus and Remus was nursed by a wolf. The Luperci would then cut the goat skin into strips and run around the Palatine Hill in Rome, striking women with the goat skin. Now, think about this, family. You got these butt-naked priests that are running around with goat skin, slapping women on the butt. Now, is you serious, my G, or is this is what y'all want to celebrate, man? Oh, no, but we ain't doing those parts no more. But elements of those rituals and acts are still found symbolically in St. Valentine's Day. Shout out to Terry Witherspoon and my brother Ruckus Buck for the donations. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Let's keep going. The festival was to enable and facilitate fertility. So I mean, I think if you want to celebrate fertility, you might as well just get intimate with somebody, right? What the hell are you doing this for? This is crazy. This is madness. But that's just me looking at this culture from the outside, because those people didn't see it as such, because the priests were doing it, so the people following what the priests were doing. Just like when Israel, the priests were going astray, people went astray because the priests were going astray. But every culture has something weird in it. Even Israelite culture has some weird stuff in it, right? But I'm just saying simply today, this to me sounds crazy, but let's keep going. So Krasimir Vukovic, a postdoctoral fellow at the Catholic University of Croatia, who has studied Lupercalia, he said, if you were struck by a Lupercus, one of the priests, it was considered that you would give birth to more children, he explains. I don't think it was a sadistic beating. It was just a symbolic beating. Nevertheless, why would women allow themselves to get hit by a wolf's hide by a naked priest? Come on, man. That's crazy. Let's keep going. Vukovic says that the mosaics and reliefs from the period depicted instances of women sometimes stripped naked, accepting the blows, which he says is unsurprising, given the sexual aspect of the festival. Because, you know, sometimes when Valentine's Day come, you get this spirit on you. And this happens with almost every holiday. I told y'all before, whatever calendar you follow controls the circadian rhythm, the day and night cycle, in every cell of your body, because you have been hardwired to follow after their feast days and celebrations. So when you engage in it, and I don't use it for civic purposes, but the sacerdotal element, I utilize the ancient pre-Israelite sacerdotal metallurgical model. That's what we deal with here, okay? But when you involve yourself, what happens is when these times come, it's called subliminal programming. You put out cards, teddy bears, hearts, red, red, red. You see everything on TV, commercially. Everything's being sold with some kind of Valentine's Day deal or special. And then you can start feeling a certain kind of way and say, man, I can't be lonely. I can't be lonely. And you just thinking now, I'm like, damn, you was lonely for the whole year that just began. And now you just feeling some kind of way on September 13th going into the 14th. You should have thought about that when the new year came in. Oh, yeah, we went into that. That's the worship of Janus. We're not going to deal with that today. Okay, you can go back, check out a previous video. But you feel lonely. Why? Because the energy based on the calendar system, and whoever controls the calendar system controls you. Especially if you don't know the truth, especially if you have no identity. Okay. Let's keep going. Bovic says that the mosaics and reliefs that period depict the incidents of the women, and I went over that. The most plausible theory for the whipping was that it served as an initiation. Listen to this. He says, as ritualized sexual play that marked a boy's transition into adulthood. What? Wait a second. Let's read that again. The most plausible theory for the whipping was that it was served as an initiation, he says, a ritualized sexual play that marked a boy's transition into adulthood. So you telling me that it was boys that were doing the whipping, or the whipping was done to the boys? I don't know. This seems a little bit ambiguous here. Either way, for an initiation rite like that, that sounds really bizarre. But who am I to judge? That's somebody else's culture. Let them do them, right? Nevertheless, the story emphasizes that modern scholars have different theories about the practice, and that there's even evidence that the Romans themselves were puzzled by the naked priest behavior. One presumed aspect of the festival is that the idea that there would have been a matchmaking lottery associated with Lupercalia, a supposition that is often cited as further evidence of the connection between the ancient festival and Valentine's Day. But Volkovic says there is no record of men being paired randomly with women for participation in the ritual, and that the math on that idea wouldn't make sense anyway. The number of women must have been greater than that of men, he says, noting that there most likely would have only been around 24 Luperci at this celebration. So again, you can go back and read times, slant on it, and you can read histories, and you'll see that they come to two different conclusions. One says that it's an aggregation of multiple things, starting from the Roman festival of Lupercalia to the legends of Saint Valentine, and then him being a venerated saint in the Catholic Church, all the way into the Middle Ages and medieval times, where the Europeans would engage in this Saint Valentine's Day culture that they revived. Remember, it was the Age of Reason. The Age of Reason was the revitalization of European culture back from the Greeks into the modern day times, more contemporary times. This has nothing to do with my culture. It has nothing to do with my ancestry. Why would I engage in this? Why would I engage in this? It makes no sense. And the more I engage with this stuff, the more that I lose the identity of who I am. And they're not going to get me. Shout out to my brother Al Not for the donation. I appreciate that. It's all good, Shema. You good. You good. Shout out to my brother Dwayne Yosef in the building. JD Israel. Okay. Vinny D. Davis. Facts. Vinny, that's an excellent point. He says people are afraid to venerate the Sabbath, but they'll go do something like this. Oh, yeah, you know why? Because they use Colossians chapter 2, verse 14. Don't let no man judge you in any food or drink, and in respect of any kind of holy day. So they use that. Christians use that and say, yo, hold on. You can't judge me if I celebrate St. Valentine's Day. And I'm like, well, hold on. Show me where that's at in the Bible. But what I'm doing is in the same scripture that you're reading. So how is what I'm doing strange, but you doing? Oh, okay. I see how y'all get down. I see how y'all get down. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. Shout out to Chris King in the building. What's going on, man? So, family, man. Hey, listen, if y'all want to do this, that's on you. Y'all want to get Valentine's Day cards that say Valentine on it, which is the name of some grown man who decided to fall in love with his jailer's young daughter. And some believe that she was like 12, 13, 14 years old. If y'all want to write stuff, hey, do y'all. Y'all want to have Cupid, a chubby, naked, European Greek baby that's naked, shooting arrows into heart. You all want that on your card? Listen, man, do you? Even that shape of a heart, where does that come from? Do y'all want to get into the history of that too? Let me get into that, because I looked into that some time ago. Maybe we can look into that to see where that comes. Do y'all want to know where that comes from? Okay. If y'all want to know where that comes from, let me know. I'll go into it. I want to get into that, because this all is all related. If y'all want to know where that heart symbol comes from, y'all let me know. Hit one, man. Hit one and let's go in. Let me know if y'all want to see this, man. Okay, I'm bringing it out today. Y'all just let me know what y'all want to do. Okay, I'll go ahead and show that to y'all. Y'all want to go and see it? Y'all hit. Y'all want to see it? Let me know. We get into it. I'll tell you. All right, y'all want to see it? All right, fam. All right. Let me go ahead and get this for y'all. I want y'all to see what's really going on, because you don't learn this in church, man. I'm not making this up. Go back and research it. And again, I'm being honest. I'm showing you from different perspectives. But let's get into that, because y'all want to put this symbol everywhere. Okay? Y'all don't know what the heck y'all doing. And I'm not talking about y'all that's watching. I'm talking about people that like to bang on other people, don't know what the heck is coming from the things that they're doing. But let's get into that. All right. Let me bring it up for y'all real quick. Okay? Let's get it. All right. All right, so what is the origin of the heart symbol? Again, I went to history.com. You can go back here for free and look it up, okay? But watch this, family. Keep looking. Look at the screen. Y'all see what that says? The heart shape is recognized the world over as a symbol of romantic love and affection, but its historical origins are difficult to pin down. Some believe the iconic pictogram is derived from the shape of ivy leaves, which are associated with fidelity, while others contend it was modeled after breast, buttocks, or other parts of the human anatomy. But listen to this. Perhaps the most unusual theory concerns Siphium, a species of giant fennel that once grew on the North African coastline near the Greek colony of Cyrene. The ancient Greeks and Romans used Silphium as both a food flavoring and a medicine. It would supposedly work wonders as corpse syrup, but it was most famous as an early form of birth control. Ancient writers and poets hailed the plant for its contraceptive powers, and it became so popular that it was cultivated into extinction by the 1st century AD. Legend has it that the Roman Emperor Nero was presented with the last surviving stalk. Silphium's seed pod bore a striking resemblance to the modern Valentine's heart, leading many to speculate that the herb's associations with love and sex may have been what first helped popularize the symbol. The ancient city of Cyrene, which grew rich from the Silphium trade, even put the heart shape on its money. So you're telling me you're using an ancient Greek and Roman symbol that was tied to an actual species of plants that was hailed for birth control? And not only that, abortions. Now, family. Now, if you think about it in modern times, it would make sense, right? I mean, it would make sense for you to have a contraceptive on this day of Valentine's Day, because the people's going to be getting it in. It's going to be a lot of humping and pumping and puffing. And, after you take somebody out to dinner, you already know what it is. And I'm trying to keep it PG rated because we got kids listening. But nevertheless, that's why you would put a heart on there. Because you are given allegiance indirectly to ancient Grecian and Roman culture. And their culture where their plant became so important that they got it into the point where it has been extinct. Now, only people that don't respect the environment will do something like that. If you want me to keep going in, let's keep going in. Okay. Shout out to Marquise White. Thank you for joining in. I appreciate that. My sister, the souls of the ancestors. What's going on, sis? All right. So let's keep going. Medieval anatomical drawings featured heart shape. While the Silphium theory is compelling, the true origin of the heart shape may be more straightforward. Scholars such as Pierre Vinkin and Martin Kemp have argued that the symbol has its roots in the writings of Galen and the philosopher Aristotle, who described the human heart as having 3 chambers with a small dent in the middle. According to this theory, the heart shape may have been born when artists and scientists from the Middle Ages attempted to draw representations of ancient medical texts. In the 14th century, for example, the Italian physicist Guido da Vigevano made a series of anatomical drawings featuring a heart that closely resembles the one described by Aristotle. Since the human heart has been long associated with emotion and pleasure, the shape was eventually co-opted as a symbol of romance and medieval courtly love. It grew especially popular during the Renaissance when it was used in religious art depicting what? The Sacred Heart of Christ, and as one of the 4 suits in playing cards. By the 18th and 19th centuries, meanwhile, it became a recurring motive in love notes and Valentine's Day cards. What does this have anything to do with your Christianity, Christians? Oh, wait, the Sacred Heart of Christ. That's not Protestantism. What are y'all doing with that? What are y'all doing with that? Huh? What? What was that? What? Oh, the heart of Christ. Do y'all want to see the images of this white Christ pointing to his heart? It looked like that. And y'all want to put this on Valentine's? Y'all want to buy Valentine's Day? Listen, I'm not here to judge you. If y'all want to do this, that's your business. Just don't push your stuff down my throat, man. Pause. We're not playing that game. Y'all want to know more about it? If y'all want to know more about it, let me know. Let me know. Y'all want to keep going? Let me know. Hit 1. Otherwise, we can move forward. So this concept of love that we have that has infiltrated our psyche here in America is not the concept that our ancestors had before they came here. We have been extremely Europeanized. European culture has become our identity because the only way for us to be free, we had to emulate the slave master. We had to emulate the Europeans that were free. We had to adopt their culture in order to survive. But now this is 2020. We don't have to do that no more. That's a choice now if you want to continue to live in ignorance. Your ancestors would have loved to be in this day and time so they can keep what was taken from them. And y'all rushing to the store celebrating Valentine's Day. So this concept of romance, do your research. Do you want to go into the research of romance? Let me know if y'all want to go into that. Because that word romance is used a lot. I've done teachings on this, I think way back in 2015. I did this on some kind of platform that I was on a panel I was on. But let's go into the etymology of the word romance. Okay, let's get into that. Right? We just going in. We just having fun. We're just having fun. It's okay. We're just having fun. Okay? So let's read this. And I'm going to show you, again, European culture. Romance, circa 1300. A story written or recited of the adventures of a knight or hero. You know, you hear women say, oh, that's my knight in shining armor. They say that a lot. You think that that's their ancestral culture if they're Black or African American? That's not our culture. Why are we talking like that? Often one designed principally for entertainment. From Old French romance, meaning a verse narrative, originally an adverb in the vernacular language, from vulgar Latin, romanis scribere, to write in a romance language. From Latin romanicus, of or in the Roman style. So when you say you want romance, that means you want a person to emulate Roman style of love. That is what you want your community to convey to each other. That's what y'all want. If y'all want to indulge in Roman culture, man, that's fine. Do you? The sense evolution is because medieval vernacular tales usually told chivalric adventures full of marvelous incidents and heroic deeds, in reference to literary works, often in Middle English, meaning ones written in French, but also applied to native compositions. Literary sense extended by 1660s to a love story, fantasies. meaning adventurous quality, first recorded in 1801, that of love affair, 1916, and romance novel attested in 1964. Interesting. What does this have to do with our ancestral culture? Nothing. If you want to write in Roman style, when you understand how the Romans wrote and how they did what's called romance during their culture, that has nothing to do with the indigenous culture. That is something totally separate. But we want our people to engage in this culture because we got to be like the Europeans here. That's the only way you get recognized as a somebody, because you have no history. You have no history. So we give you a history. And if you go hard for our history, we'll reward you. Yeah, that's interesting. Okay. All right. I think I'm going to stop there. I think I'm going in too much. You'll go back and research the heart-shaped symbol. Go back and research romance. Go back and research St. Valentine. Go back and research Lupercalia. Go back and look up these things, man. I'm not making it up. You can go back and see it. If y'all want any kind of academic sources for this, email me at kingdomharbinger@gmail.com. I'm trying to give y'all colloquial information from sites that are, reputable, because people go to time and history and they go to the etymology dictionary online and they look at different sources like this, for the public. But those in academia who are historians, those people who engage in the arts of humanities and history, you read articles that's written by people in this field about this time period and look up these words and see where they come from. Look up these cultural practices and customs, see where they come from, because these things are still alive today. It's just because it's in a mosh posh, you have to do a lot of history to parse it out and see where everything comes from. If y'all want to engage in that, fine. That's your business. Don't push it on me. Don't, you are Scrooge, you are Grinch. Listen, I can't be a Scrooge or Grinch if, I'm in a good mood saying this. You feel what I'm saying? Like, I'm just giving y'all the information. Y'all go back and research it yourself. Okay? Nonetheless, this has nothing to do with my culture, so I stay away from it. But hey, if this is what y'all want to do you. Okay? That's all I'm going to say. I'ma do me. You just do you. I'ma do me. Those of y'all back in the day know what song that. Okay, we're gonna slow that down. All right. Okay. So those of y'all might be asking, what is love? Should you only express love during that time of year? Should you only realize that you're lonely during that time of year? So some people start cuffing season early in February. Cuffing season is normally reserved for spring and summer. This is why people work hard to get that summer body, because they know cuffing season is coming, going into the fall. So you gotta get linked up with somebody, so when it gets cold, you got somebody to snuggle with, and then you get rid of them when it comes springtime, right? And then you go into the summer again and you repeat the whole process. This is what is promoted in our contemporary media today here in America. This right here is not something of consistency. This is not something that we should glorify, right? This is something that we should question. Because when you truly understand what love is, then you don't have to get giddy when holidays like this come around. You get to truly understand what it is. And when you understand what it is, then you'll be able to see through all the lies. I was talking to a person the other day, and it was about religion or whatever case may be. And I said, look, let me explain something to you, okay? When bank tellers are trained at the bank to identify fraudulent and counterfeit monies, they don't sit there and study every fraudulent and counterfeit money that's out there. They are taught to analyze what the real bill looks like. And when you understand what the real bill looks like, you can spot a fake. You can spot counterfeit. So what I'm simply saying to you is that if you are trying to engage in your ancestral heritage, all you have to do is learn what the truth is, and you'll be able to see the wool that they're pulling over your eyes. Because the term love is really more concrete than its abstract, fantasy, adventurous, knight, heroic themed tales that comes from Middle Ages to medieval Europe. And what happens is when colonialism happens and the indigenous peoples are caught up in the foolery of colonialism, now they start to adopt the ways of the slave master, of the colonizers, of the imperialists. This is 2020. We don't have to continue that. See, I'm only saying this to plant a seed. How you'll fertilize it, how you tend to it, how you grow it is on you. And I'm not saying this to just piss people off or to be controversial. No, I'm saying my words emphatically to make an impact so that people won't assume that the presuppositions is true. You must test all things. And you must see what is the root of this thing that I'm engaging in. Because if you don't know where it comes from, why take a chance on it? Okay. If you want me to keep going, let me know. Let me know if you want me to keep going. So I can wrap this up. And we can wrap. All right. Hit 1 if you want me to keep going. Hit 1 if you want me to keep going. Okay. Hit 1 if you want me to keep going. Hit 1 if you keep going so we can get to these calls. Okay. But again, if you want to celebrate the Catholicized she-wolf, hey, do your thing, man. You might as well go all out. Engage in a whole culture, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, why pick and choose? Okay? Why pick and choose? Shout out to West Cat 5 in the building. What's going on? DJ, what's going on? My brother Jetson Silencio, ABC 1908, cool story, bro. 7 Lights photo in the building. Do see. What's up? My brother Yesha Moore, Jamel Jones. What's going on, y'all? Taurus 60 in the building. I appreciate y'all, man, for your support, man. Thank y'all for being here. All right. It's February 15th. Okay. Like I said, it's going to be a discount on all Valentine's Day cards and gifts. So make sure those of you who are celebrating, make sure you rack up today. All right. And some of y'all Israelites that are celebrating it on the low, just make sure you do it after the Sabbath. Okay. So with that being said, you want me to keep going? You all want me to keep going? I'm just saying. It's the she-wolf. You know, she-wolf, she nursed Romulus and Remus. She nursed the founders of Rome. And you got these Lupercalia priests that are butt naked going around slapping women on the butt with wolf hides and goat hides. Not wolf hides, goat hides. Smacking them on the butt with blood so they can get fertile. That's I don't know, man. And you having some grown man named Valentine, and one of the legends is he's right into a young girl that was his jailer's daughter because she came to visit her father and he fell in love with her. And this is an old man. And then y'all put Cupid on everything. A butt naked, chubby Greek child shooting arrows who represents the god Eros, which has to do with sexual deviancy love. Deviancy love. So if that is what y'all want to engage in, do y'all. Do y'all. Remember, it was initiation right for the young boys. Either the young boys are slapping the grown women on the butt with these goat hides and wolf hides, dog hides, because you know they killed the dog for purification. Or it's the priest slapping the boys, initiating them into the order. Y'all may say, oh, we ain't doing that today. You know, people get on us, the Israelites. Oh, y'all ain't sacrificing today. Listen, I'm just showing y'all, you know, the fertility. Fertility is important because, you know, this is the time of year where people get very active. So fertility is important. So all I'm saying is, why celebrate it? For what? What point are you trying to prove by celebrating Valentine's Day? What point are you trying to prove? Are you trying to use this day to show somebody that I really love you? Is that what this day is reserved for? What about all the other 364 days out of the civil year of this Gregorian calendar? Okay, let's get into that. I'm going to bring up the lexicon. We're going to get into Hebrew, and then we're going to jump into the Greek, right? But I want to show you the Hebrew real quick. Then I'm going to show you something very interesting in the Greek. Very interesting in the Greek. Because, at one time on this platform, or not on my platform, I called in to these two Christian apologists. I don't want to call them no names because, I was thinking about B and B from the old school cartoon. Y'all know what I'm talking about, right? Beavis and, well, okay, I'm going to leave it like that. But anyway, I called into a show and we was having a dialogue, and no disrespect to them. They're just ignorant, right? And then while we going into our discussion about the Ruach HaKodesh or about the Pneuma, the spirit, or whatever, the breath, that's pretty much what spirit means, breath. That's why when you see Yeshua breathed on them, and then he opened up their understanding of the scriptures, because that's one of the elements of the spirit. Okay, we might get into that in a little bit after I'm done with this. But what I simply said to them is, hey, let's get into the Greek, because I know y'all don't know about Greek grammar. You don't know about declensions. You don't know about inflections. You don't know about anything. You don't know what a present participle is. You don't know what a first or second aorist tense is. You don't know what any of these things are. And you got the nerve to tell me that I'm wrong when I want to show you in the grammar of the original language about the spirit. They didn't want to go into it. And they said, oh, it's not that important. This is what they said. Oh, we don't really need that. What? These are Christians saying, Christian apologists. You can go back and check out that video. It's on this channel. But the reason why I bring it up, because I'm going to show you why knowing words, at least, if you're not going to get into the grammar heavy, which we, recommend, at least do some word studies. We're going to get into this word love. We're going to get into it in the Hebrew. We're going to transition into the Greek, and I'm going to show you how it ties in to the Hebraic culture or the Yahudim culture, right, of the province of Judea during the 1st century Palestine, or 1st century CE. I want to show you how that word is being used, and I'm going to show you why you have to do word study, because we're going to educate you here. We're going to edify. We're going to equip. We're going to encourage. We're going to empower, and we're going to educate you. And we do the 5 E's simply because we want you to make the best informed decision. Okay. So let me get back into it. Let me show it to y'all. Let's bring up the lexicon, man. Bring the lexicon out. Give me a second. Give me a second. Let me bring it out. All right. All right. Y'all crazy, man. Haran Yasharala said, what books, brother, needed for true understanding of Hebrew and Greek? I would say the first thing you want to do is get a lexicon. You want to learn how to identify the letters of both Greek, Hebrew, and Greek. So that way you can search for words in the lexicon, right? Because the words in a lexicon are arranged based on the original language spelling, not the English spelling, okay? So you want to get a good lexicon. I'm going to show you some lexicons in a minute. I'm just waiting for this to load up, and now it did. So let me go ahead and go into it. Let me get this lexicon right here. So I have 2 lexicons I'm going to bring up real quick. I'm going to show it to y'all. Okay. Again, we will be in Orlando, Florida next Friday, and next Friday and Saturday. Okay. KHM will be there. If you want to know what we about, if you want to join up, if you are honorary member, make sure you are there. Make sure you email us at kingdomharbinger@gmail.com or text or call us at 404-939-2280. If you're in Orlando or the surrounding areas, please come out and join us. But first, email us and or call or text us so we can RSVP you, because it's an exclusive event that we're going to do. Okay, like I said, we're going to have icebreakers. I'm going to do a PowerPoint educating y'all. We're going to build. We're going to eat. We're going to drink. We're going to have a good time. All right. So I need y'all to call, text, or email if you're in Orlando or the surrounding area. Okay. So, Haran, if you want that, email us at kingdomharbinger@gmail.com. Shout out to Al Singleton in the building. All right. kingdomharbinger@gmail.com. My moderator or somebody in the chat can drop the email. And also somebody in the chat, if you don't mind, please drop the Patreon link as well. And those of you can go and sign up for our Patreon. You can pledge, and then you can be eligible for our next drawing, which is going to be a paid bill. Okay. So let's get into this real quick. Give me a second. You pull up the lexicon. Right. We're going to look at 2 lexicons right quick. And we're going to look up this word Hebrew. Love. Let me find it first. It should be really easy because it'll be at the beginning of the lexicon. Let me scroll up. All right, here we go. All right, so let me pull this up real quick. And I will zoom in so y'all can see. It's on page 102. All right, let me bring it up. All right. So let's see what love really is. Okay, let's get into this. All right, for you Christians, I encourage y'all to get into the language because that is extremely important. But let me zoom in. All right, if you want to see what this is from, this is the Hebrew and Aramaic lexicon of the Old Testament. All right, this is a lexicon that is still used in academia. Right, we're gonna go back to our page 102. And as that, like I was saying, you have to be able to identify Hebrew. Okay, so if you see there's an aleph, you see this is the dalat, you see this is a resh and a final mem. Okay, so when you're able to identify, like this case is aleph, he, bait, or vait, because there's no dagesh in the middle. Let's read what this is, right? Ahab. That's your Hebrew word for love. Okay. So in the cow stem, right, which is a simple active action, right? Simple active voice. It says to like, to love a person, father, his son, mother, her son, husband, his wife, slave, his master, wife, her husband, her lover, and Hosea, her mother-in-law, etc., 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 etc. But when we continue to go on, it says to love God. God loves, love doing something, right? A friend. Then you have your PL stem, your Hefel stem, your Nephel stem, lovable, lover, Pialau stem, Hefel stem, endearing. Ahab or Ohab here, pleasure of love, Psalms, Proverbs 7:18. You have Ahab here, love gifts, charm, and you have Ahaba. So let's go ahead and look at one of these here. Let's do here to love the patron deity of the power. As you can see here, it already gives it away. His commandments, his abode, his name. So how is it defined when you love him? So let me get a little metaphysical, esoteric with y'all real quick, and let's get into concretely by using examples from scripture to identify what this thing is. So if we go here and we look at the aleph represents what? The ox head. That's when we go into a Proto-Sinaitic script. We see it as an ox head. Hey is a man with his hands up looking towards a sight, and bait or vait is the symbol of or the floor plan of a house, okay, or a tent. So if we look at it esoterically, if we look at it from a metaphysical perspective, and we put the aleph, the hay, and the bait together, it's simply the strength looking over the house. The strength when you look over the home. The strength when you look over the home. Now, Again, that is an abstract definition that I'm giving y'all, right? Based on syntax and these different characters that actually have a meaning behind them. And I'm not telling you this is how you do, proper linguistics, right? But I'm just giving this to you because if you actually see it exemplified in these definitions, it makes sense. The strength when you look over the home. So let's look at some of these real quick, all right? It says a person father his son, Genesis 22:2. Let me pull up Genesis 22:2, and I'm going to read that for y'all. Genesis 22:2, okay? And it says, I'm going to read it in Hebrew, then I'm going to read it in English, all right? Hebrew is, Wayomer ka na'et binka et yechideka aser ahabta et yishhak welek lecha el eretz ha-moraya wecha elechu sam leola al hachad he-harim asher omar elecha. So the reason why this is important is because when we read it, let's grab the ESV. He said, take your son, your only son, whom you love, and go to the land of Moriah and offer him there as a burnt offering on one of the mountains of which I shall tell you. Now, this is Abraham is being told by some kind of power to go and sacrifice his son, his only son, whom he loves, which is Isaac. Now, Isaac obviously was not his only son because he also had Ishmael. But why did he love Isaac? Because Isaac represented the continuation of his legacy based on the promise of the covenant that he made with this deity. So the love that he had for his son was because the continuation of his eternal state would live through his offspring, that he was the promise that was going to redeem the land from its wickedness through his seed, and that all nations that intertwine will be Barak, or Barak will be blessed. Okay, this is interesting. But that word there says, in whom you love. In whom you love. In Hebrew, that's ahabta, right? Because we have the suffix. This is a performative second masculine singular. This is a verb in the cow stem, which is simple, right? Ahab, ta. And your ta is your suffix that give you your pronominal suffix. But let's look into that further. So if we was to look at ahabta and the root word acheb that's there, we simply get this in the lexicon. This is the BDB, the enhanced BDB. And the verb stem, it simply means an endearment for. In the active sense, it means a human love to human object. It's absolute. It's opposed to hate, which is shaneh. Now, Ecclesiastes 3:8, it gives us Genesis 22:2, Genesis 25:8, etc., etc. And it says, David's loving Amnon, never to parent, but mother-in-law, Ruth 4:15, of a man's love to a woman or a wife, Genesis 24:67. Then it goes back to loving a paramour. But how was love shown during this period of time? Well, each gender has a role. And when each gender role takes care of the home together in equity, now you have the foundation of love. It had nothing to do with romance. And let me show y'all an example of this in case y'all don't believe me. I'm going to show you the example of Isaac and Rebekah. Because how did Isaac meet Rebekah? Did he go and romance her? No. If you want to go to Jacob, we'll do Jacob, dealing with Leah and Rachel, right? He didn't do no romance. He worked. Why did he work? He was sent to go get a wife, but he worked so therefore he can show his ethic. And that would tell the woman that this man is reliable, he's dependable, he's a provider, because he's willing to work to build the home. This was his role. And in the interim, her job is to cultivate that which has been worked on and worked for and provided. Because once something is given, it must be nurtured. It's a reoccurring cycle. Shout out to my brother Ari Ryder for the donation. What's up, my brother in the Detroit? Y'all willing will be there in April. Okay. Now here comes brother JT. Divine Prospect, all that Hebrew you know, and you still don't understand the gospel. Well, we about to go into the Greek too in the New Testament. So hold your horses. Okay. Hold your horses, my brother. All right. I'm gonna get to you in a second. Just chill out for a second. All right. So when we look at the patriarchs to try and understand love, we get to see what it actually is. And it has nothing to do with European romance, because this is not Roman culture. If you read this text with Grecian and Roman culture in mind, like some of the church fathers did when they made their associations and their dissertations and their works, we can get into that another day. You're going to mistake what you see. That's why when people say, oh, image is not a big deal, we know it's not white people. But when you see the frescoes of the 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th century that Europeans have created of these biblical characters from the so-called Tanakh, they look like Greeks and Romans. Even when they do Jesus or Yeshua Bar Yosef and his disciples at the Last Supper table, that's not how first century Palestinians dress. That's not how the Yehudim dressed. So why they make it? Oh, they making it into the image of those whose religion it is. It's not accurate. So therefore, when you see the image and read the story, what comes to mind? Greco-Roman culture. This is how you have been deceived. Kenisha, sounds like the dogma crew in the chat. You know how we go. We say death to dogma. They want to hold on to the dogma. They hear this stuff and say, oh man, what you saying? I can't celebrate Valentine's Day. The gospel is about love. And Divine, you don't have no love if you don't know the gospel. Is that true? Well, maybe it's because the news that y'all got is good to you in the sense of what you read the text. It's not good to us. Good simply means that which is functional. Bad is that which is dysfunctional. When the Most High says he creates good and evil, he creates peace and he creates disruption. Some things are functional, some things are dysfunctional. That is interesting. Facts, my sister. Shout out to my sister Nisi Pieces in the building. He always has something to say, but you're right. He's here watching us probably on a 75-inch screen TV with popcorn and a drink. And he says, yo, Divine is coming on. I got to watch my brother Divine. And I love that brother, bro JT. He's cool, but he's just stuck in his paradigm of Christianity. So we try to help him when we can, but I mean, it is what it is. But let me keep going. So when we see this word ahab and the word ahaba is the feminine form of ahab, where we're dealing with something that's more transcendental or something that's more abstract, as opposed to something more concrete. When it's in the masculine form, feminine form is more transcendental, right? More abstract. Masculine form is more concrete. That's when you understand, when you look at it in that sense, right? So when we understand what love is simply looking over the home, providing, protecting, nurturing, cultivating the home. And when you go back to see how I explained on what Torah is in my lecture, it makes sense. The father establishes the boundaries of provision and protection. And within those boundaries, the mother cultivates and nurtures what is inside those boundaries. And therefore, the children, when they listen to the Torah of the mother, then they can abide within the provision and protection boundaries of the father. And when they go outside those boundaries, the father disciplines them and the mother nurtures them back to understand how to navigate within the boundaries of protection provision of the father. That is love. Okay? Hey, KZ, I was trying to be nice, man. I didn't want to go to Faunus and Pan, and I was trying to be nice. Okay, shout out to my brother KZ in the building. Drop those facts. Kenisha is crazy. All right. So I showed you some examples. I didn't want to stay on here. I want to open up the phone logs. Maybe brother JT might call in and try to evangelize to me, because he wants to convert me to a Christian. And y'all say too, I'm gonna have a panel discussion where I'm gonna have Christians, and they're going to have to convert me to Christianity, right? I'm going to have about 6 Christians on a panel, give them all together collectively an opportunity to convert me, okay? All right, I'm going to play the role of Agrippa, all right? We're going to see these Paulites try to convert me. We're going to see how that go down. But let me show you this real quick, okay? Facts, Ace, because if you see love in the abstract sense as a knight, mind you, we see that in etymological semantics of the actual word itself. The semantics is the meaning of the word. We see it in the etymological semantics of the word itself. It has an allusion towards a fantastical tale of a knight or a hero doing some kind of deed of valor, and the women getting all melty over it, and he scoops them up and does whatever to them, okay? This is where this knight in shining armor comes from. This has nothing to do with our culture. We have adopted this so we can integrate into a society that doesn't even love us. And it's so bad that when I debate Christian apologists, they don't even acknowledge that they're Black or African American, let alone Israelite or anything else. It's sad. It's sad because if you take Christianity away from them, they have no identity. Why would they want to live like that? They can't live like that. So let me show you something real quick. Y'all go to Yachanan chapter 21, because, I was told that I don't know the gospel. I give y'all the gospel all the time. Isaiah, Yeshayahu, chapter 52 is the gospel. Yeshayahu, 61 is the gospel. And Yeshua even recited that same passage telling you what the gospel is. The kingdom that is coming for Yisrael and all the cleaving Gentiles to Yisrael. Yah's going to restore the deserted cities. He's going to restore his sacred and holy mountain that is being trampled down by the Gentiles and that is unclean right now. He's going to purge it, and he's going to restore the remnant of his people that hold fast to his commandments back into that land. He's going to bring rejoicing. He's going to bring real love and real, obedience. And this is what he's going to restore. The purpose of the Ruach is to bring the actual law, statute, commandments into your heart and into your mind so that he may be your power again. Eloheka, he may be your power. This is why he's going to do this thing. That's the gospel. Come on, man. Stop it. Stop it. Come on, brother JT. Stop it, man. I love you, my brother. I know you're probably fighting hard because, you probably had a nice Valentine's Day yesterday, okay? You should be with your significant other right now if you celebrate Valentine's Day. Brother JT, did you celebrate Valentine's Day yesterday? If so, hit 1. Okay, that's why you in here, my brother. That's why you mad right now, because you went and saw a notification from Kingdom Harbinger Ministries banging on Valentine's Day, and you sitting there with your significant other passing around cards and chocolate, okay, doing Netflix and chill, and you got a notification on your phone saying we went live. So you had to stop everything that you're doing to see what we talking about, and then try to red herring it into, you don't know the gospel, Divine. Oh, man. It's real. It's real in these streets, man. It's real in these streets. So let's go to Yachanan chapter 21. Let's move on, man. Come on, let's move on. Let's go to John chapter 21. And I was going to do a session against Christian apologists because I wanted to go into the Greek of certain things. And what you'll learn is that when you start to study the Greek, now, personally, I don't care for the Greek. But the reason why I have to know some Greek is when I deal with these Christian apologists and they get into the Greek, we can have a discussion. Like I can meet them there, right? I prefer the Syriac. And I don't prefer, when I say Syriac, I'm not talking about the Peshitta. The Peshitta has some Greek influence in it. I'm talking about the old Syriac Sinaiticus Palimpsest and the Curetonian Gospels. So when I say I deal with the New Testament, that's what I deal with. I did a whole lecture series talking about that. So we could get into the Syriac, but the reason why I don't get too much in the Syriac is because a lot of my audience don't know the Syriac. Maybe I may start throwing some things out there for the Syriac. As I love the language. It's a form of Middle Aramaic that was used by the people in Syria or Aramea that came later on. right? It's a preservation of the Aramaic language during that time period, and it came about after the rise of Christianity, okay? Nevertheless, I want to read this to y'all, John chapter 21, because I want to show you why knowing the language or even some of the words is important. Let me show it to you, okay? So shout out family, remember, we're going to be in Orlando, okay? We will be in Orlando next Friday and next Saturday. Email us at kingdomharbinger@gmail.com or call us or text us at 404-939-2280 to RSVP so we can bring you in. If you're in Orlando or any of the surrounding areas, make sure you call us and contact us or text us or email so you could be in the building and you can know what KHM is really about, family, okay? All right, also, just so y'all know, we offer credit repair, debt elimination services. A lot of y'all, this is February, a lot of y'all filed for your taxes. Some of y'all got your tax returns already. Invest it where it counts. Clean up your credit. We can help you with that. Or join our team and make some money, okay? Email us at jubileemanumission@gmail.com. This is why culture is important, because the services we offer come straight from out of our culture. You see the word Jubilee is there. Okay, this is what we want to provide back for the community. This is what we're doing. So let me bring this up. I could probably bring this up here. I'm not sure what just happened to this, but let me bring this up here for y'all. Give me 1 second. I think I got it now. Okay, so I'm going to read for y'all, okay, John chapter 21. I want to show you something very peculiar in here because people read this all the time. They just don't really understand when it comes to the language. So let's read this. Yachanan chapter 21 and verse 15. And remember, this is an addendum chapter, right? It's believed by most scholars that not be original to the rest of the narrative of the book of John. The style is different. Once you learn the Greek, you can tell the style is different and everything like that. But nonetheless, we're not here to talk about that, all right? When you do your textual criticism, you see these type of things. And when you go into the language, you see these type of things and the prose of how it's structured. And you see how it differs from the narrative of John chapter 20. But nonetheless, let's read something very interesting in John chapter 21, verse 13, since we're talking about love. So I'm going to read this in the English, and then we're going to point out some words there in the Greek. John chapter 21, verse 15 says, when they had finished breakfast, Yeshua said to Simon Peter, Simon, son of John, do you love me more than these? He said to him, yes, Adonai, you know that I love you. He said to him, feed my lambs. He said to him a second time, Simon, son of John, do you love me? He said to him, yes, Adonai, you know that I love you. He said to him, tend my sheep. He said to him the third time, Simon, son of John, or Bar-Jonah, do you love me? Peter was grieved because he said to him the third time, do you love me? And he said to him, Adonai, you know everything. You know that I love you. Yeshua said to him, feed my sheep. So what was the disconnect here? What was the disconnect? Because see, people think that love is, oh my God, I want to accept Jesus Christ into my heart. And I just want to go and float on cloud 9 and throw hearts out everywhere and love everybody. That's what I want to do. That's love. I got to tell people the gospel because we got to save their souls because I love everybody so much. But he said, if you love me, feed my lambs. If you love me, tend my sheep. If you love me, feed my sheep. Lamb, sheep, feed, tend, and then a mixture of feed and sheep. That's something different in itself. But I want to show you what's the disconnect. The disconnect is the word love. So Yeshua is saying one word for love, and Kephas is saying another word for love. But when you read it in English, you think it's the same thing. Let's break it down. It's very simple. It's very simple. Okay. John chapter 21, verse 15. We're going to look up that word there for love. The word he says there is agapas. Agapas. From the word agapao, which means to love, to wish well, take pleasure in. The love of reason, esteem. And then someone even say embracing the Most High's will and obeying him through his power. So when you embrace his will, You are emptying yourself so he can use you. So I tell people all the time when it says, love the Lord, thy God with all your heart, mind, body, and soul. And the second is to love your neighbor as yourself. Well, how can you love your neighbor as yourself if all your love is given to the Most High? Well, the purpose of loving the Most High is to empty self so he can love others through you. That's how you fulfill both commandments. Okay. Yeshua said, if you love me, keep my commandments. Somebody said, yo, Divine, show me where Yeshua told the people to keep the law. I said, do you really want me to do that? And my brother know who I'm talking about, brother Nathan. Shout out to brother Nathan. Show me a scripture where he told the people to keep the law. Don't use Matthew 5. They always say, don't use Matthew 5 and 17 because y'all mess it up all the time. So you know what? I'm going to do a quick intermission before we continue on with this word. We're going to see the word that Peter used or Cephas used and why there's a disconnect and why it's always good to go back and do a word study so you can see what the disconnect is. So you don't have to argue about it in English. You can go back to the Greek and take a look at what it looks like and see what it is. And if you want to go into the grammar, you can see how it's inflected. But let me give him a passage since he wants me to show the people where Yeshua told the people to keep the law. Are y'all ready for this? Are you ready for this? Matthew chapter 23, verse 1. Then Yeshua said to the crowds and to his disciples, said to the crowds and to his disciples, the scribes and Pharisees sit on Moses' seat. So do and observe whatever they tell you, but not the works they do, for they preach, but do not practice. Wait, the scribes and Pharisees sit on Moses' seat? You know, the law is tied to Moses. So do and observe whatever they tell you, but not the works they do. So he just told them to keep the law. He said it to the crowds and his disciples. Do what they're telling you to do, but don't do as they do because they're not doing what they're really telling you to do. But what they tell you to do, which they teach from the law, and we know they teach from the law because when in John chapter 3, where he's speaking to Nicodemus, and he says to Nicodemus, ain't you a teacher of Israel? You don't know these things? Ain't you a teacher of the law? You don't know these things? I can keep going on with more passages. We got more passages. Show me where Paul kept the law. I want to see where Paul kept the law because, Paul said that he's not under the law, so Paul didn't keep the law. Okay, so Paul didn't keep the law. Are you saying that Paul didn't keep the law? Is that what y'all telling me that Paul didn't keep the law? Is that what you're saying? Y'all saying Paul didn't keep the law? Acts chapter 21, verse 17, when they had come to Jerusalem, the brothers received us gladly. On the following day, Paul went in with us to James, and all the elders were present. After greeting him, he related one by one the things that God had done among the Gentiles through his ministry. And when they heard it, they glorified the Most High. And when they had said to him, you see, brother, how many thousands there are among the Jews of those who have believed. They are zealous for the law, and they have been told about you that you teach all the Jews who are among the Gentiles to forsake Moses, telling them not to circumcise their children or walk according to our customs. Whoa. What then is to be done? They will certainly hear that you have come. Do therefore what we tell you. So Paul, we sunning you right now. You ain't no G. Paul, yeah, that's nice that you doing that, but we telling you what to do. James is the OG. Paul fall in line. We go to Acts chapter 15, the council, Paul fell in line. Nobody respected him when he was getting that mad about the circumcision. He had to go to the elders, the OGs. And James and Cephas had to son this dude. Paul's a little son. They sonning him. Paul, you our son. Yo, I'm going to tell you what to do, Paul, and you better do it. Don't try to rise up against me like you did with Cephas. I ain't that dude. So they were scared of James. James was the OG. Nobody playing with James, son. James is the OG. He said, what is this to be done? They will certainly hear that you have come. Do therefore what we tell you, because we the elders, you not. Okay? Take these men and purify yourself along with them and pay their expenses so that they may shave their heads. Thus all will know that there is nothing in which they have been told about you, but that you yourself also live in observance of the law. Paul was still doing the law. What is y'all talking about? Paul was doing the law. But as for the Gentiles who have believed, we have sent the letter without judgment that they should abstain from that which was sacrificed to idols and from blood and from those things strangled from sexual immorality. Then Paul took the men, and the next day he purified himself along with the men and went into the temple, giving notice when the days of purification would be fulfilled and the offering presenting for each one of them. Paul kept a custom in the law because they had to make sure that the Jews The Yahudim understood that this dude ain't telling people not to keep the law and not to circumcise. You're not telling the Jews to do that. Like, I hear you telling the Gentiles all of that stuff. You telling them, okay, cool. But are you telling the Jews that, Paul? You telling the Jews not to get circumcised, not to do cut? James said, yo, I know you're not doing that, my man. But what is you doing, Paul? Come on, son. Like, stop playing games, yo. Go to the temple and do what we tell you to do. Paul did it. Paul got son. What Paul gonna do? He's like, oh, even though I'm the least of the apostles, I'm the greatest apostle. You are? You just got son. What are you talking about? Fall in place, Paul. We know you keep the law, man. Stop that. Stop that. Let's get back into the book of John. Okay? John chapter 21. And don't forget, family, somebody's going to win this $10 Google Play gift card in a second. All right? Stay tuned for that. Make sure you hit the thumbs up button. Make sure you share this video everywhere. Okay, if you want to donate, we have in the description ways that you can do so. You can do a super chat. Thank you to everybody who donated already. Like I said, sign up for our Patreon to get a chance to get your bill paid. All right, that's www.patreon.com/DivineProspect. Okay, make sure you sign up, pledge on there so you can get a bill paid. There's so many giveaways that we've done already. Y'all getting something free just by tuning in right now and rocking with us. All right. So, Brother JT, did you answer my question? Did you celebrate Valentine's Day yesterday? All right. What? James White thing? I don't know what you're talking about, Brother JT. All I asked you was, did you celebrate Valentine's Day? You see how you're not answering the question? And I see a retracted message. A heathen going to tell Paul to fall in place? What? James is a heathen? What is you talking about? Brother JT, stop it, please. Please stop. You just called James a heathen? Is that what you're talking about? You said James is a heathen? What? No. Shema, let him rock. Let him rock. It's okay. We got him. Let him rock. Let him rock. You don't have to do that, Shema. It's okay. Let him rock. All right? He just got a slap on the wrist, and we put him in the corner for a second. But when he comes back out, I just want him to answer the question. Did you celebrate Valentine's Day? You see, Christians don't answer that question. They don't even want to do with the gospel, but yet they know they just finished celebrating Valentine's Day. They know they just finished going out and partying for New Year's Eve, and we went into that. And they know they just had Christmas 2 weeks prior to that. And they know before that they was doing Thanksgiving. They know before that they were celebrating Halloween and say, oh, no, it's not Halloween. We're doing something in the church. What? You bringing Halloween stuff in the church? No, we just dressing them from good characters. Oh, okay. All right. Whatever you say. They celebrating all these things, man. But they got the nerve to talk to people who celebrate the Sabbath, which is in Scripture, who keep the feast days, which is in Scripture, and telling us, oh, you're keeping the law. Well, if we believe that we're Israelites and we see Paul keeping the law, that's your boy. Yeshua kept the law. So what's wrong with us doing? Okay, let's keep that. He's not going to answer the question, man. He's not going to answer the question. Shout out to my brother Dimitri Elder in the building, Mike Prayon in the building, Aslam Mahdi in the building. All I want to know is, did you celebrate St. Valentine's Day? If you did, Brother JT, and you are a black man in America, okay? Why did you do that? Did you do it for your significant other? Did you do it for your kids? Because sometimes people give Valentine's cards to their kids. They do that. I don't know why that's the case. Why are we giving Valentine's Day cards to our children? That's kind of weird to me, right? Once you know the truth. When you don't know and you're ignorant, that's one thing. Once you learn the truth, it's like, why would you give a St. Valentine's Day card to a child? That's deep. It's so good, Shema, but let him rock. Let him rock. Let him rock. Shema, you said you want to call. Shema, put your question in the chat. Okay? Put your question in the chat, all right? Yo, Dwayne, he said James is the heathen. Yo, I'm done, man. Shout out to my brother Dale H in the building from LA, from Los Angeles, man. Man, this is crazy, man. All right, let's get back into this information, man. All right, let's go back to John chapter 21. I want to show you this and we can move forward, family. All right. So we see the word that Yeshua is using. Let's see the word that Simon is using. Okay. So Simon says the word philo or phileo. We go back to the root word, which means a love of friendship, regard with affection, cherish, to kiss. And the word philo has to do with brotherly kind of love, properly to show warm affection and intimate friendship, characterized by tender, heartfelt consideration and kinship. So here's Yeshua talking about agape, and here's Cephas talking about philos. They're talking about two different types of love. See, Cephas did not understand the sacrifice required in order for him to demonstrate the love that he had for Yeshua. They were using two conflicting words, but in the English, you would never see that. This is why you have to go into the original language and seek these manners out. Facts, Seth. Facts. All right. I'm glad you're listening in, Mike. I appreciate that. Okay, so Shema, you said, why do you say all Bantu aren't Hebrews? Okay, we'll get into that. All right. If you want to call in and ask it, that's fine. You put the question there. I will address that to you. I'm not sure why you asked me that. I've answered this question before. And Shema, you've been here for some time in these live streams, so I'm not sure why you keep asking that. And remember, the Bantu is a heterogeneous ethnic bloc. They're a heterogeneous group, which means they don't have the same ethnicity, because if they did, they would be a homogeneous group. They are related based on a Kwa-speaking language that they do. This is why they're called Bantus. It goes back to a genetic relationship of the languages in which they speak. And when you do a deduction of those languages, you get to point them back to where their point of origin is, which is in West Africa. And then they're splintering out from west to central to south, and then some to southeast or central east. This is what the data showcases. Now, did some Israelites integrate into these groups? Yes, they did. But they integrated from the east into these groups. They were not the ones that splintered out west into these regions. So you got to be very careful when you do that type of intercultural analytical study or cross-cultural analysis. You got to be very careful when you do that. All Bantu are not Israelites. That is my position. Some Bantus are Israelites. All of them are not Israelites. How do you know who's who? You got to go back and look for points of validation. And I go into this all the time. I've done a whole lesson on this back in early 2018 in March, where I did a whole session on this. And then I did follow-up sessions in my live streams where I talked about this. So that's my position. Half Israelite. Okay, remember, Bantu is a language family. It's not an ethnicity. Do you understand, my brother Shema? Show me where Bantu is an ethnicity. Pull out any anthropological reference from any expert in the field that says Bantu is a race or ethnic group of people. They will tell you they're a heterogeneous group. So how can you be half Bantu and half Israelite? No, I'm not sure what you're talking about. I don't know, my brother. But if you want to call in and have the discussion, we can talk about that. I know there's people in our community that may teach that, but I have my right to disagree. Like I said, all Bantu peoples are not Israelites. Some of them are, yes. All of them are not Israelites. Okay? And there's a particular method in which I utilize to determine who's who. Okay? Shout out my brother Nathan Walker. Nathan, I just shouted you out earlier. Okay? I'm glad you're here with us. So now when we see this word love, there are two different types of love. Most people have the Cephas type love, and then some of us have the Yeshua type love. But when you understand the Yeshua type love, you know you have to tend and feed his lambs and his sheep. Because if you don't do it with your vigor and your strength, he says to him in the next verse, and that's going to be in verse, let me get it. That's going to be in verse 18. Where he says, truly, truly, I tell you, when you were young, you dressed yourself and walked where you wanted. But when you are old, you will stretch out your hands and someone else will dress you and lead you where you do not want to go. Yeshua said this to indicate the kind of death by which Peter would glorify his power. And after he said this, he told them, follow me. So after everything that happened before, they didn't follow him. Why is that? Because sometimes we have moments that interrupt our momentum. When we see that the apostles were behind Yeshua and they were riding with him until he got captured and tried and killed, after he died, they thought, man, game is over. You know, we ride what I do to the end. He's dead. We thought he was going to be the king that was going to take over, and he is not. So what did they do? They resorted back to doing what was familiar. And that happens with us a lot of times in life. Sometimes we have a lot of momentum, and then a situation happens. It's a moment that interrupts our momentum, and we go back to that which is familiar. And what we need is somebody who notices this, to identify that and be able to speak life into us so we can be revitalized and get back on track. So he did not condemn them from going back fishing. He told them, I'm gonna make you fishers of men. They went back to doing carnal, secular fishing. He did not judge them. He met them where they're at, and he broke bread to talk with them. So sometimes we got to remember, when there's sometimes people have a high of momentum and they're doing this and they're doing that and they're successful, and then something happens in their life and it's like everything is falling apart, and they only resort back to that which is familiar, the things in which they learn to be a comfort factor. It could be smoking, it could be drinking. Sometimes it could be being intimate with random people. Sometimes it could be self-abuse. But there's things that they resort back to, their old self, because their spirituality has been drained out of them because some kind of life event occurred. When we see individuals like that, we have to meet them where they're at, and we have to speak purpose back into them. You don't judge them, you don't condemn them. You meet them where they're at, and you speak life into them. And if we do that more as a people, we would get much further. All right? I'm not sure what you're talking about, ghost population, but okay. So he's telling him, when you're young, you get to do this, this, and that. But when you're old, you're going to stretch out your hands, and someone else will dress you and lead you where you don't want to go, because this is what happens as you get older. And he's saying this is the death at which you're going to die, and which people are going to lead you unto your death, unto your doom and destruction. So while you're young and you have your vigor and you're on fire and you're passionate, I want you to feed my sheep. I want you to tend them. And if you know what tending and feeding is, if you understand how to do it in the carnal, you can, in the secular, you can see how to translate into the spiritual. He told him, I don't want that Philos type of love, because that Philos type of love that you had made you desert me. That Philos type of love that you had, you ain't ride with me when it came time for me to die. You denied me 3 times, my G. So I don't want that Philos type of love, man. That's wishy-washy. That can change depending upon the situation. You got to transition to a different type of love. That's you going to give a sacrifice to. Shout out to Bakar, the Israelite in the building. Door of El, what's going on? All right. So understand that, family. Understand that. And that's important. So absorb it in. So let me stop here. I wanted to go more into love, but I'm going to stop here. Y'all can go back and research it for yourself to see what real concrete love is. You got to be a true ride or die for the Most High, because you can only love people like yourself when you give yourself to him so you can love others through you. If Peter had that type of love, then he would have been crucified right next to Yeshua. They would have been killed together. All right? But that didn't happen. So he had to test them out here and try to teach them what this is and say, follow me. And remember, the purpose of him talking with them after this time is to buy time into Shavuot. All right? But like I said, John chapter 21, I'm very suspect of it because, again, you know, the consensus is it was a later edition. And if you read it in the Greek, it's styled much differently. The writing style is much different from John chapter 20. And it's just a little bit, you could tell it's a little bit off. So they believe that the Johannine community wrote the prologue in John chapter 1, verses 1 to 18, and also John chapter 21. That's what is believed. Okay, the community that followed John or Yachanan until he died, and then they took over and started to write or redact the text and add parts to it. All right. So ABC 1908 Cool Story Bro says, how do you get that type of love, Ak? Which love you talking about? The agapao love, that one? You do it by obeying the statute, laws, and commandments of the Most High, because your obedience will show that you're willing to empty your desires, your thoughts, and follow the way of the Most High. And when you are doing this, you are emptying yourself of you. You're becoming lesser so you can become greater. That is how you do it. Because it's only through obedience that it can be shown that you prefer that which you are obeying over your own desires. Oh, it's all good, Ahabala. It's all good. Don't worry about that. I'm not going nowhere. Okay. All right. Facts, KZ. Speak that truth. Okay. All right, family. Let me open up the phone line so I can go, because I want to end the night young. I love being here with y'all, but tonight I want to just relax. I had a long day, really, really long day. Actually, a very unfavorable day, but I'm pushing through it. When I go live with y'all, this makes up for everything. When I spend time with y'all, it makes up for everything. So the phone lines is open. The number is right there. All right. Y'all call in. Call in. All right. Again, the number is up there. Y'all call in. All right. So I'm going to give it another 15, maybe even 30 minutes so we can wrap this thing up. All right. So I'm going to make sure I give a Q&A. Here we go. We got a call. I don't know why it's not showing up on my phone, though. Caller, what's your name and where you calling from?
My name is, you can just call me Austin. My name is, sorry. You can just call me Austin. I'm from Texas.
You said call you Ak, call you brother?
Yeah.
Okay, Ak.
Sorry about it.
It's all good. All right, you said you're calling from Texas. All right, so family, let me know if you can hear him. If you can hear him, hit 1. If you can hear him, hit 1. If not, I'm going to have to find some way to put it back on my phone, but hit 1 if you can hear him. Shout out to...
1 quick second, please. I got to get my phone charging.
Okay, no problem. All right, shout out to Yehuda Ben Yisrael. Thank you so much for the donation. I greatly appreciate that. All right, y'all say y'all can hear him. All right, cool, cool, cool. He's a little low. Yeah. Let me see if I can work on this here. Give me a second. All right, let me
All right, really sorry about that.
It's all good. All right.
Okay. So my question doesn't really have to do with anything about Valentine's. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, good, because I know the live stream is about that. All right, so my question, let me pull it up really quick. Actually, I have a few questions, but I'm just going to try to stick on ethnicity regarding Israel.
You said ethnicity?
Yeah, regarding Israel, but also have some questions when it comes to my deacon and his beliefs when it comes to certain things like pre-Adamites. But
all right,
I think I'll stick another time.
Hold on 1 second. Let me see if I can change the mic, because they said that you sound low. If he still sounds low, let me know. If y'all can hear him, fine, let me know. I know why that's the case, but I'm gonna try to see if I can fix it real quick.
Do I need to speak louder or something?
No, it's not you. It's because my mic and webcam is facing me, and the speakers are facing me. They're not facing the mic, and that's why it sounds low. Oh, somebody says you sound good. Okay. It's all good. I turned it up. All right, so go ahead. It's okay. So you can ask your question.
Okay. So you said all Bantu aren't Israel.
Is this Shema?
Yeah.
Ah, okay. What's up, Shema?
What's up, man?
All right, so go ahead.
Not all Bantu are Israel because Bantu is a language.
Correct. Bantu is a language that people speak in Africa. And if you while you're speaking, I could bring up an article for you to read to show you how they deduce through linguistics where this migration started from, where they migrated from.
Yes, you can pull up that.
Sure. So again, I'll let you speak.
All right. So okay, that makes sense. That's fair. But aren't all Bantu, as well as Niger Congo people or West African people, I know those are language groups as well, but aren't they all, for the most part, E1, B1A, which means that they're all closely related? Like if you go back far enough, they should have a common ancestor or ancestors.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Or plural. So,
mm-hmm.
So wouldn't that mean that by default, all the Bantu should be related and all should be Israel? If E1B1A was one of the Israelite haplogroups or paternal haplogroups, there could have been others. I don't really feel like E1B1A was the only Israelite haplogroup. There could have been some J's, because I know a lot of Arabs and Jews have J. Mm-hmm. There could have been some other stuff too. So some other people with different haplogroups too in Israel, especially after the Assyrian siege. But I'm thinking more after the Exodus. What's your thoughts on that?
So if we're looking at genetics and you say E1B1A, okay? E1B1A is a haplogroup subclad, okay? Sometimes they even go to E-M2. That's a more modern nomenclature for it. When you're looking at that haplogroup type, that can be any ethnic group, okay? So it's not just simply Bantu speakers, okay? So E1B1, I'll give you an example of what I mean by that, right? So you would identify as being what, E1B1A?
Yes, my 23andMe says I'm part of the E1B1A haplogroup, yes.
Okay. Now, have you looked up Ramses? Have you looked up Ramses III and his DNA analysis?
Yes, my 23andMe says that I'm related to Ramses. EV38 is the ancestor of EM2, which is E1B1A.
Correct. So therefore, is he an Israelite?
I actually feel like he could have been half Israelite, and want me to explain why?
Yeah, please explain why. I'm listening.
Well, okay. Well, since Ramses III was part of the New Kingdom, I kind of assumed that it was the introduction of a new ethnic group that ruled Egypt. And I feel like Ramses' father, I forgot his name, and I couldn't pronounce it even though I wanted to, but I feel like his father was an Asiatic from the Levant. And I feel like his father had E1B1A. Of course, that's why Ramses had E1B1A. And I assume that Ramses' father may have been an Israelite that could have been captured or something. I was looking into his father, and his father wasn't necessarily like the other Egyptians or something like that. Like it's believed that he may have been Asiatic, which makes me say, okay, so E1B1A may have been an Asiatic haplogroup at one point from the Levant region. And so I kind of just assumed that, Ramses probably was half Israelite from his father's side, and then from his mother's side, he could have been Egyptian. I know that the Natufians had, I don't know, do you know about the Natufians?
Yes, there was a E1B1 clad that they had, and they were in the Pleistocene period in the Levant region. And it was some of the earliest agriculturalists as well. So yes, I'm familiar with them. Mm-hmm.
So I was just assuming that maybe, go back far enough, Ramses' father could have been a descendant of one of those Natufian Israelites. And Ramses was living around the time of the judges, depending on which timeline model you use. And I assume that maybe his father was someone that was captured by Midianites and could have been like sent to Egypt or something. You know, that's like a theory that I have.
Yeah. So
because I know that the Israelites fought various peoples during the time of the judges, and some Israelites got captured and thrown into slavery in Egypt and Mesopotamia and stuff like that.
Okay. So we know who his parents are, right? Because we have papyri and we also have wall reliefs. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So knowing who his father is, and then knowing who his father's father is, right? We're able to trace back his lineage. Now, the important thing about that is we know that his lineage is not what's called Asiatic. Okay, and I'll explain to you why. So if you look at the period of time in which he ruled, right, Ramses III, it was around 1155 BC, right? I think he died around that time period, but anywhere from like 1186 to 1155 BCE.
The collapse of the Bronze Age time period.
Correct. So the Bronze Age was collapsing and transitioning into the Iron Age, right? But during this time, Israelites would have, like you said, been during the period of the judges, which I agree, right? And then that's when we see the rise of the Philistines because they considered one of the sea peoples. If we look on the wall reliefs of even Ramses III, where it says Paraset, which is representative of what we will call the Philistines. So Ramses III and his lineage were there natively in Mizraim, in Egypt. So to say that he was, now let's go this way. If we look at the second intermediate period, right, where the Hyksos ruled.
Hold on, let me pull it up on Google. I gotta have some visual.
No problem.
Second intermediate.
Yeah, second intermediate period. This is when Kamos and Amos came on the scene and they drove out the Hyksos.
Okay, I have it pulled up on Google Images.
Now, so just so you know, just so a lot of people have to know that even when the Hyksos was reigning in the north, there were still kings ruling in the south. Mm-hmm. Okay, so that never stopped. They just didn't have the power that the Hyksos had in the north or the influence over the entire kingdom like they did. But they still kept the running of the bloodline during that time period. Now, if we look at the lineage of Ramses III, and we look at how he came on the scene, right? There's no connection to any Asiatic. You would have to have some kind of primary source linking him to being what's called an Asiatic. And I'm simply saying this. Go ahead.
Setnak, I think his father, he wasn't an Asiatic? Because I thought the New Kingdom represented a new ethnic rule as well as a new.
No. So it just means the restoration of kingdom from the kings of the south, right? So south will be Upper Egypt, north will be Lower Egypt. So in the north, you had these Asiatics that came in and they lived in Avaris, all right? Avaris later on became Pi-Ramses because it became the capital for Ramses II. So when the Hyksos was driven out, you had the north, that city Avaris, which became a pharaonic naval base that was taken over by the kings of the south who were native Egyptians. They were not Asiatics. They did.
Can you repeat that last part one more time?
Sure.
Okay.
So the New Kingdom just represents that you had an old kingdom, a middle kingdom, a new kingdom, and a late kingdom. The old kingdom was interrupted by the first intermediate period. The middle kingdom was interrupted by the second intermediate period. The new kingdom was interrupted by the third intermediate kingdom. And then after the third intermediate period, now you had the Nubian rulers from the south. Now that's when you have a shift almost in ethnicity, because these Nubian rulers were ethnically distinct from the Egyptians that ruled in the new kingdom. Okay, and they overthrew them. Say again?
I guess the Egyptians were more middle brown, I guess Will Smith or something, where the Nubians were black.
Yeah, so the Nubians are depicted to be much darker because they're from southern Sudan and more south, where the UV index is much higher. The Egyptians are believed to have come from that lineage, but they lived north for so long that the pigmentation in their skin shifted. And when you see them in their own murals, they're depicted as being like a dark red, a really rich dark red. You'll see in the Middle Kingdom, their depiction of Asiatics were a more bronze color. But when you get towards the New Kingdom, when they're going into the Levant, they start depicting some of them. Like, for example, if you look at the 9 bowls from Ramses, you'll see that they depict some of the Asiatics of being much lighter. But a lot of times you'll see this in actual reconstructions of the 9 bowls because they're kind of damaged. And whenever there's a reconstruction, like, for example, the Ben Hassan mural that shows these Asiatics coming into Egypt in the Middle Kingdom, if you actually look at the mural itself, they are really dark bronze with like afro looking hair. But when you look at the recreation of that or a drawing of that, their complexion is lightened, right, to make them look more in conjunction with the depiction of the 9 bowl Asiatics. Okay. So when you see New Kingdom doesn't mean a new ethnicity came on the scene to take over. It just means that
before we get into that, I'm sorry.
Sure.
I want to say something real quick. So when it comes to the skin tone, you say that around Sudan people are darker because of the UV, and a little bit above Sudan in Egypt they're more medium brown.
Correct.
So Israel is like, I guess, a couple of miles from Egypt. So do you think that the Israelites would have had the same skin tone as the Egyptians, being medium brown? But then at the same time, I know you just said that the Asiatics had more, I guess you say, yellow, tan skin. Well, so were the Israelites yellow and tan, or were they medium brown? Like
I wouldn't say they had. I wouldn't say they had tan skin. I would say they had a bronze colored skin, right? And remember, there are different ethnic groups among the Amur, the Asiatics. It wasn't just one ethnic group, right? So when you understand that, you'll see that certain ones are depicted one way, certain ones are depicted a different way, and culturally they're distinct, right? Because you have what's called ethnic markers, and ethnic markers are things that make one group of people distinct from another group of people. It could be how they bury people, it could be cultic items that they possess, it could be diets that they had, it could be the way they build their houses. You know, Israelites are believed to be the first ones to engineer the 4-room house. That became very notable during the Iron Age 1 and Iron Age 2 period. And then after the siege of the Babylonians, we see the decline in the erection of the 4-room houses. It's the way that you bury people. The Egyptians, especially the royalty, buried the dead on their back with their arms crossed. Asiatics, when we see in the Middle Kingdom in Avaris, they were buried on their side, right, in a more semi-fetal position. And then you can tell certain animals that they had with them that were native, like different variant goats and sheep that were native to, I would say, Aram or Syria, and native to the region of Israel, right, or Canaan. So we can tell that they had brought these things in with them as pastoralists. So we can look at the animal variants, because you have a domesticated version, you have a wild version, and you have different versions that are in different areas, right? So you can see certain things that help you to distinguish them. You can't look at bones and see a color. Now, what scientists have tried to do is isolate pigmentation genes, so you could determine a lighter or lesser hue. You have eumelanin and pheomelanin, and these things will determine whether you're going to be a light skin or dark skin. Okay. These things are determined by looking at the skin, analyzing the skin, but they've also have extracted aDNA to be able to look in the genome and find the actual pigmentation gene, but even that is controversial. Okay. So
what about cranial?
Yes. So cranial metrics is important as well. Correct. Looking at the jawbone, the jawline, looking at the size of the cranium, looking at the lower stoop foreheads or the higher foreheads, and looking at the mandibles and the teeth and the roof of the mouth. So you can look at these things and analyze it and be able to see some affinities. One example of that would be looking at the siege of Lachish. And then the siege of Lachish, there was some archaeologists from Europe who came there, and they discovered in the second burial 695 skulls. that they knew for certain were people that were native to that region, which is believed to be Israelites, and they took those skulls back with them, and they did a craniometric analysis on them, and they likened them to Egyptians from Upper Egypt. Some say Upper Egypt, some say Lower Egypt, but their affinities were closer to those peoples than the surrounding peoples in the Levant. Okay.
Did they test the Y-DNA to see which haplogroup they belong to?
I don't know. We don't know that because what I share people is the article from Wayne State University, where you have a plea from academia that is requesting for the genome of Iron Age Israelite skeletal remains so that it can determine their continuity, the continuity today to the peoples that exist today, and also be able to determine their true migration routes via genetics. And that has been declined and ignored. And it was one of many articles that was written and papers that was submitted to propose a proposal as a request to retrieve that DNA, and it has not been given. It has not been made public. So
they're probably in the Tupian have E1B1B or something.
So like I'm telling people also, when you look at these maps that they do of DNAs, DNA from whoever you get your DNA from, they source it based on their sample size. And some companies have larger sample size than others. Some borrow from others, some engineer their own, or whatever the case may be. You'll see that there are people with E1B1A and E1B1B that are in the Levant region. Now they're in a lower frequency of people that have been tested. Remember, everybody hasn't been tested. A sample size for a particular region has been tested to represent the whole, but you don't know the whole's genetic results because you have not tested everybody. But the fact that they were able to identify E1B1A and B in those regions, even Einstein had E1B1A in him. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you look at his DNA, it's like you're looking at him like, yo, this looks like a white dude. But he had E1B1A. So how do you looking at, and I'm not saying you in particular, I'm saying how does somebody look at that and say, damn, am I related to him? That would be the next question. That's why I say just simply having E1B1A is not enough to say I'm related to this person in every way, shape, or form. Because you can have that paternally, but your pigmentation, that is coded by a different gene. Okay? So if you go look at other features or traits that you may have, there's variations amongst those genes. They're not the same. So everybody is not going to look the same with E1B1A. Even people with E1B1B, they're not going to look the same. There's going to be distinctions amongst them, whether that's skin color, whether that's certain features that they have. So simply saying that we have the same genetic haplogroup does not mean we're the same people. And that's why I asked you about Ramses III. That's why I mentioned Albert Einstein and several other people. So that is just one of many ethnic markers that we utilize to determine who's who. And scientists don't just say, oh, because they share the same DNA, they're the same people. That's not how it works, right?
So you don't think Ramses could have been half Israelite then? He was just like, I guess, an actual Egyptian?
Yeah, I mean, unless somebody's able to show me that he is Asiatic. I mean, if somebody can present that, then we can discuss it. I mean, we can read about his father and we can read about him, right?
Right.
And see, looking at their lineage of the actual depictions of them and things of that nature, and see, okay, is this person really this person or that person? I'll give you an example, right? So one of the great grandfathers of Ramses III is Seti. I think it's, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's, is it Twasaret?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And his predecessor is Seti II. And Seti II, we know, I mean, they've seen the mummy of Seti II. I don't know if you've seen his mummy before. They got his mummy.
I'm pulling it up right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I see it.
And you can look at his features, but Seti II is not believed to be an Asiatic because we can go back and do a DNA analysis on him. And if we do a DNA analysis of him, we'll see that he goes back to Meneptah. And Meneptah is the one that has the stela that was erected that says that Israel is no more because they have taken away their seed. And we know he himself is not an Asiatic as well. So if we go back and keep tracing his father's 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 father, there's no connection to an Asiatic anywhere, right? So
he was Upper Egyptian, say
yes.
the second.
Yes, and then that goes all the way back to Ramses the second, right?
Oh.
So when we go back and look at these things, we can go back and see that there's no evidence to allude to the fact that the Asiatic. Now, as far as I know, now if you have data, then submit it to me and I'll review it, right? And if I'm wrong, I'm okay. I'll stand corrected. But getting back to the Bantu peoples, pull up the article for the Bantu migration, that it is believed that it started from west and made its way east, or made its way central and south.
On the live stream.
Sure. The difficulty that proposes is that Israelites migrated from the east, not the west. Now, mind you, the migration is based on linguistic data. So linguistic data by itself is not enough, but also they look at migration patterns, right, over time, because you're able to track migration patterns through ethnic markers that I mentioned before. But because Bantu speakers are not the same ethnic block of people, it's a mosh posh of different people that speak a similar language. That's like if I speak Hebrew, and let's say there's a white person that speak Hebrew and the East Indian people that speak Hebrew. We all can speak Hebrew, or matter of fact, we all speak English. We're in America, we all speak English. We could be second, third, fourth, fifth generation born here, and we all are speaking English. Does that mean that we're all the same people because we speak English? No. It doesn't mean we're all the same people simply because we speak a common language. Right?
Is there a better term then that we can use instead of Bantu or West African or Niger Congo? What better term can we use that can unite us all? Because you said, because Bantu, like you said, is a language, and Iwambiwane, anyone can be that. So what's a name that can I guess define us all as one people? Like British people, we call them Britons and stuff. Like what's the name that we can use?
Yeah, and that's because they go back to a common ancestor, like from West Germanic. That's where their language comes from, and they come from the Germanic hordes that came from the east, right, and populated those regions. So they have a common ancestors, right? But as far as us, when you say us, I'm trying to understand what you mean when you say us. Who are you referring to?
Oh yeah, my bad. My bad. I guess I really want to say you won't be a name, but like you said, but I guess those of us that made descent from Israel. Let me just put it that way.
I guess you would just say Israelites, right? I mean, that would be the simplest thing. Like what I say is,
but that's people like I grew up mostly around people of Caucasian descent, like my church, mostly that, and I think that'd be kind of weird if I were to say that.
That's okay.
Like I'm trying to flip it through. Like
you ain't tell us your name, so they ain't gonna know we had this discussion. I'm just joking with you.
I actually did introduce one of my white friends to you about the Nephilim stuff. Because we've been learning that in church a little bit, and he said that it was pretty interesting. But I didn't show him the rest of your videos, just that one.
Yeah, that's fine.
It wasn't Nephilim. Hold on, what was it? I think it was the gods. And
the Divine Council.
Yeah, that. Yeah, I showed him that because we were talking about that in Wednesday night class. But I want to show them more of your videos, and because I think you do explain pretty well when it comes to Israel.
Yeah.
Black Negro.
Yeah.
Us
being Israelite. So what I would say is, I mean, as far as identifying, when you say us, there are different categories that people will place us in, right? When we say, so-called Black, so-called African American, when we say things like that. The way I identify as an Israelite by way of West Africa, right? So which means that the preservation of the ancient pre-exilic Israelite culture is within the certain West African groups. Okay. The reason why I study the Igbo peoples is because my research has led me that they have the most well-preserved Israelite culture than any other group in West Africa. Now, does other groups in West Africa have some Israelite culture in them? Yes. But my position is that it's an amalgamation of different things, and you have to parse it out in order to determine what's going on. So I've spoken on this before when I talked about the Hebrewists that's identified by Edith Bruder. And Edith Bruder is a French Jewish woman who started an organization that I was a part of. I can't rejoin the organization now because something happened to their website. And I don't know what's going on with them, but it's called the International Society for the Study of African Jewry. And the purpose of that website is to bring people in academia who are ethnologists, who are anthropologists, who major in religion and who are part of organizations and students to all come together and discuss the authenticity of the discovery of the various Jewish or jewelry that's found in Africa, right?
So I got that information. Like, I don't know if you know my email or not, but I never received anything.
You said you never received anything?
Yeah.
You called before, right?
All your sources in the past, but I never, like,
that's who you are. Did you see my lecture on that? Because I give the sources in the lecture.
In the can you link that down below? Like, is there a way you can do that?
Yeah. I'll drop it. Give me a second. I'll put it up there.
And I'll just screenshot it, I guess, or something.
No, or you could just click on it and save the video or bookmark it.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm gonna post that. I'm doing a part 2 to this lecture.
Yeah, I would like that. I need more evidence for Negro people. I'm just gonna say Negro. Negro people being Israel.
No problem.
Descendants of. I need more.
And I respect that, because I remember when we was talking before, you asked me about that, and I was telling you off the dome how we came to that conclusion, right? So are you familiar with Ron Dalton's work, Hebrews to Negroes?
Yes, I saw both of his films, and yeah.
And he has a third one coming out April 8th, and I'll be in that one, right? So if you look at Hebrews to Negroes, that's like when somebody asks me that question, I know where they're sourcing that from, right? Because I'm familiar with what's out there, right? So what I simply want to do, and I put the link in the chat. So if I don't know if you have near your computer or if you have another phone.
Yeah, I'll push it right now.
All right, click it and just bookmark it so you can go back and watch it later, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna put them up.
So Don Terry says, so my DNA means nothing. How do we even know we are bloodline Israelites? And that is an excellent question. This is why you do other things in lieu of or the absence of DNA. Now, because we can't trace things back directly to Abraham or an Isaac or a Jacob, you can't say definitively that DNA wise you're connected to them, because we don't have their genome sequenced, right? In order for us to do that type of analysis and comparison. Huh?
The Natufians don't count either. You don't think they were possibly Israelites?
No, they're not Israelites from my position, because they pre-existed the Israelites. The Natufians, now look up Natufians, and then you'll see what time period they are thousands of years displaced from Israelites.
Oh, yeah. Well, I believe in a 6,000 year earth, so I kind of.
Oh, okay.
I kind of figured the Natufians would probably be Israelites, since I believe in that.
Are you
6,000?
Are you familiar with Bishop Usher's work on the chronology of the Bible? Because he's the one that really came up with the chronology of 6,000 years.
Yeah, I don't really go by his method. I go by Kent Ham and Kent Hovind. Have you heard of those two?
Yes, I've heard of them.
That Kent. Oh wait, hold on.
Kent Hovind. Kent Hovind. So Kent Hovind, and just so you know my position, he's what's called a young Earth creationist.
That's what. Yeah.
I'm not a young Earth creationist, right? I'm an old Earth creationist. I side more with Hugh Ross, who they debated each other at one time on the Ankerberg show, John Ankerberg show. They debated one time, but he holds my position as it pertains to creation, right, and the age of the Earth. And I know I used to be on Hovind's side until I looked into it further, and I saw some incompatibility. So that's why I kind of weaned away from that position as a Christian. And becoming an Israelite, I lean more towards an old Earth creation. So I understand what you're saying. And I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying if you was to mention in the Natufians, what time period would you put them? What time period would you put them?
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I would say that the Natufians would be the Israelites from I would say that the Natufians would be from the time period of Abraham all the way to the Lachish siege of the Assyrians.
So if you was
basically Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the Exodus, and then from the Exodus to Lachish. Because the Lachish reminds me, the Lachish remains are very similar to the Natufian remains, being, Negroid and all that. And so I assume that they're probably the same, similar people.
You have an article on that?
Yes, I guess I can send it here.
Yeah, you could email it to me. Let me take a look at that article. But so are the Natufians descendant from Abraham? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I do believe that the Natufians could represent the descendants. I wouldn't even just say the descendants of Abraham, but I would say that they represent the descendants of Terah, people like the Moabites and the Ammonites and all the other ites, Enites and all that. I believe that all of them will be Natufians, because I know that all Natufians have various haplogroup E markers, and in the Jordan, a lot of people in the Jordan have, for instance, EM 1 through 3. It represents quite a large percentage. And the Natufians also, I believe, have gone into Europe. Greeks have a lot of EV13. I think that there must have been a Semitic migration to Europe, which some people really do believe there may have been. And I believe that could have been Natufians. Oh, well, they do say it was Natufians, but I believe there is some connections between Natufians and Semitic languages and stuff like that. So, yeah, I believe Natufians aren't just Israelites, but they represent all the descendants of Terah.
So that's interesting that you say that. I've heard similar arguments on that. And I would say that I would love to see you do a presentation on that. Or if you want a site presentation or information, because I know my brother Ron Dalton also ties some of that information together as well. And
I'm trying to make a YouTube channel, actually, not on this platform, on a different profile, but I do want to go deep into my reasoning for Negro people in Israel.
Definitely.
But it's really difficult. I'm in college, so it's kind of hard.
Yeah. It takes time. I mean, you'd have to do it like on a break or something like that, right? You have a spring break coming up?
Yeah.
So you can take a few days and work on it then, and then part of the other 3 days, okay?
Right, yeah. I'm going to try to put out there, and I'll link you mine.
Yeah, do that.
But it won't be up this one.
Because my thing is, I just like to have a dialogue, right? I'm not here to put you down or condemn you or say you're wrong. I'm open to hear what you have to say. I'm willing to engage in, this type of scholarly discussion and learn, right? Even if I disagree, I mean, you can still learn. What I just want to just let you go, sum up my position, let you go, so I can have 1 or 2 more calls before we end off. But what I simply want you to see real quick is looking at the screen, right? And it says dispersals and genetic adaptation of Bantu-speaking populations in Africa and North America. And it says Bantu languages are spoken by about 310 million Africans. So we say that Bantu speakers are Israelites. Are there 310 million Israelites in Africa? Would you agree to that?
Well, I agree. Can you repeat that last part, just the very last part again?
Yeah, take a look on your screen. It should be on your screen from this live stream. The
dispersal and genetic adaptation of Bantu-speaking populations in Africa and North America?
Yeah,
or abstract.
Correct. So read where it says Bantu languages are spoken about after you see all the authors' names. Read where it says Bantu languages are spoken by about. Yeah. So
you're asking me if do I think they're all Israelites?
Yes, all 310 million. I want to know if to you, are they all Israelites?
That's a good question, actually.
Because that would be a lot of Israelites that's still there. You know what I'm saying? So if you go, it says, go ahead.
Do you think they all have B1, B1A?
Probably not. Probably not.
I'm so connected to genetics, though.
Yeah, so. But if you keep reading, you'll see they give you that demographic that has that. If you keep reading the article, right? So I'm gonna move to shift the article a little bit. Okay. And it says we generated genomic data for 1,318 individuals from 35 populations in West Central Africa, where Bantu languages originated. we found that early Bantu speakers first moved southward through the equatorial rainforest before spreading towards eastern and southern Africa. We also found that genetic adaptation of Bantu speakers was facilitated by admixture with local populations, particularly the HLA and LCT loci. Finally, we identified a major contribution of Western Central African Bantu speakers to the ancestry of African Americans whose genomes presents no strong signals of natural selection. Together, these results highlight the contribution of Bantu-speaking peoples to the complex genetic history of Africans and African Americans. So, is there a connection between Bantu-speaking peoples and us here? Yes. So this is why it's important into unlocking who are these people, right? So from my research, I say that Israelites had migrated into West Africa, into a region that had people there, right? And the reason why I say that is because when you look at the archaeological record and the skeletal remains that pre-exist, or I'm not gonna say pre-exist, but predate the strata of people that we see that migrate there in circa AD, right, or much later, there was already items that was found there that were distinct by migrating waves of people that come later in upper layers of the strata, right? So we know that groups were there before the Israelites were there. Now there's some people that buy into the Oriental hypothesis, which I don't.
That's what I was actually about to ask you.
Correct. And the Oriental hypothesis dictates that there was nobody in West Africa. West Africa was just a regular land that had fruit and forests and all of that. And then peoples from the east came there and they, settled there and they built a civilization, right? That's what the Oriental hypothesis teaches. I don't teach that. The Hamitic hypothesis teaches that there were descendants from Ham that migrated to West Africa and that there were savages living there. And what they did was brought high civilization to the savages that lived there. These were people from the east that migrated there and brought high civilization. I don't agree with that either. My position is when the Israelites were leaving, and mind you, they got kicked out of the land because of disobedience, right? And they migrated, they were a base people wherever they went. Because people talk about the curses all the time. Well, if the Israelites was in West Africa and they had all these kingdoms, then how are they a base people? That means that there was no need for them to go into slavery because they must have been keeping the statute, laws, commandments in order for them to be prosperous in a region where they're taking over. That's not my position. My position is not teaching. My position teaches simply that they were a base people wherever they went. Now, were they able to thrive? Yes, they were. They found some dealings in regards to becoming merchants in trade and agriculture. So they did certain things in order to survive, but they were always a lower class people wherever they went. Now, there was some of them that survived in pockets where they had their own autonomous community, but they were still the minority in the regions in which they migrated, right? So I'm able to determine that and show that through various means. And I went over some of them with you freestyling on our last discussion, but I'm a back off of this now. But what I would simply say is my position is that the Bantu speakers, there's 310 million of them that exist right now, right? We don't know if there was a smaller amount or less amount. We believe there was a lesser amount in the past, but Israelites had migrated into those groups of peoples and infused them with their Semitic bloodlines. And in order for you to determine which one of these speakers that Israelites or African Americans descend from, you look at the Africanisms here in the Americas, you do genetic analysis. So the Africanisms would be customs, it'll be some parts of slang or dialects that they speak in English that they retain, like the Gullah Geechee peoples, you'll see that amongst them, that they retain that can be connected linguistically back to other groups of people in West Africa, some of the traditions and customs that they kept with them from groups in West Africa, and then look at those groups in West Africa and see, are they in historical records saying, from people that travel there saying, oh, well, we can make a connection looking at their practices and practices of the Israelites. Do we have any people from amongst those people who come out independently and speak on the matter? Like, for example, with the Igbo peoples, you have Aluda Equiano, and he speaks about the affinity between his peoples and the Jews of his time, of his day that he saw, based on his know-how. He doesn't know as much as we do, but he was able to give a firsthand account of his cultural practices and those of the Jews, and be able to say at some point they had a common ancestor, right? This is, and mind you, he became a Christian. Okay, so this was his proposal about that, and you would take every bit of information or data and you would break it down and reconstruct it. So for him, I see why he speaks that. I have an image of a statue from an Ibibio individual in Nigeria who created a statue. I'm gonna bring this out in my next lecture. I've never seen nobody bring this out before. I think I'm gonna be the first person in my community to bring this out. But he created a statuette, a small statuette, and this is something that's common in West Africa, of an individual that looks like a Jew, like a white Asiatic Jew, and he says, "This is our ancestor." Now, obviously, that's
Equiano?
No, not Equiano. This is from an Ibibio speaker. This is a different group of southeastern Nigerians, right? Than the Igbo peoples that Equiano descended from. But they carved out an image. And I'm not going to show you now because this is going to be a wow factor when people see this, when I break it out, like, yo, what the hell is that? Like, I never seen nobody present this before. And the reason why they did that is because they see so many affinities between their culture and these so-called Jews, and these Jews have a remnant of the ancient pre-Israelite culture, that their automatic assumption is to make a connection to a common ancestor. And I say that is folly on the basis of the phenotype of the actual identity of the individuals that they are making affinities to. And the reason why I say that is because if you look at John Ogilvie and his account of the Niger River peoples, he said that he identified two different types of Jews. He identified the Asiatic brand, which represents this statuette created by this Ibibio, indigenous African Ibibio individual, and the type or the brand that Equiano would be speaking about. And then he saw a native version that looked strictly African, that said that they were Jews. And he said that even though they both claimed to be it, he said that there was a distinction between the two, which means the conclusion was the Asiatic variant was a much later migration coming from somewhere. And then the other African one, I'm gonna bring all this out in my lecture. Matter of fact, this is spoken up about by what's this guy's name? The guy that co-founded ISSAJ with Edith Bruder. I forgot, his name escapes me, but he's another critic of this, this Israelite or Jewish being native to West Africa or migrating to white. He's very critical about it. He doesn't agree with it. Neither does Edith Bruder. And when I interfaced with them and I presented my case, they told me to write up a paper so it could be reviewed and presented at one of their conferences, but their website got compromised and it's hard to get in touch with them now, so I can't do that. So what I'm going to do is just finish the article, and I'm going to publish it in a journal and just have it reviewed, right? But my point that I'm trying to make is simply this, right? I don't say that all Bantu peoples are Israelites. I say that Israelites are amongst the Bantu-speaking peoples, and the Bantu-speaking peoples, being a heterogeneous group, consisted of many different ethnic groups that speak a common language that can be traced back to West Africa, right? And through subsequent migrations into West Africa by pre-exilic Northern Tribe Israelites. Because remember, when people are looking at Africa, they're not looking for Jews per se. Like, they're not looking for, or if they are looking for Jews, that's the wrong thing. They need to be looking for the northern tribes in West Africa, because the oral tradition of those who subscribe to the notion of being descendants of Israel, the majority of them say they come from the northern tribes, because that's where the lost tribes, quote unquote, came from, right? So so what I'll do is we can take this conversation off the air and talk about it more. Let me just open online. It's almost 3 hours since we've been online. Let me let another.
Can I say one last thing real quick?
Sure, go ahead.
What you said about the drawing or the terracotta that they made reminds me of what the Limba, because the Limba. Oh, sorry.
Wait, say that again. You said a
What you
terracotta?
said about the terracotta that they made, that the Igbos made.
Yes,
About,
Igbos had terracotta as well. Correct.
it kind of reminds me of what the Limba said, because they said that they descend from white ancestors or something like that, or that they're related to some type of white ancestor.
And the reason why is because of the later Jews that came into those regions. And I'm gonna give you an example of what I mean. You can go back and look it up. The Hebrewist is the key in southeastern Nigeria amongst the Igbo to identify who the Israelites are. The Hebrewists, which is referenced by Edith Bruder, but she never really goes into full detail about these peoples. What's the difference between the Hebrewists and the Second Temple Judaic converts? You know, the ones that you see with the Tephalim, and the one that you see that's like, you know, speaking and reciting, you know, Ashkenaic Hebrew, or, you know, the ones that have all of these Second Temple practices and synagogues and all of that. The Hebrewists do not do that. The Hebrewists identify their ancestry going back to Israel, and they will tell you in Omenana and Odenani is the preservation of ancient pre-Exilic Israelite culture, and that their ancestors migrated there long before these quote-unquote lighter-skinned Jews came onto the scene. This is really interesting.
Like, so more like the skin tone of the northern Egyptians.
No.
We're
talking about
what do you think Israelites look like? Like, that was the next thing.
So again, the Hebrew Israelites from my for me sharing would be a dark bronze, but it was different shades of that. Like amongst the people, you're gonna have genetic variety, right? Because
like, do you think they could look like you, like brown, like not black?
I would say a little bit darker than me. Okay. I wish I could bring somebody's random picture up and show you what they look like. Maybe if I show you the wall relief, maybe that would help a little bit. All right.
Yes, please. Yeah, because that was the next thing I was going to ask you. Because although that is interesting that the Igbos and the Limba all have connections with these lighter skinned Asiatics that came in.
No. They say that. I disagree with that, but that's what they say.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, that's what they say. And the reason why they say that is because when it was discovered that these people could possibly be Israelites, you had an influx of Ashkenazis going into these regions and converting these peoples, right? And when this happens, those same Israelite peoples start being taught that these lighter skinned ones are the original ones, and they just turned dark when they migrated into Africa. Which to me could be possible foolery, but I'm going to show you this. So in Khnum Hotep II at Beni Hassan, in his mural, you'll see these Asiatics. So I'm trying to see if I can look for a good image of it, so that way you can see what they looked at.
Because I always wondered what did the ancient Israelites look like. I kind of assumed that they look like, you know, Afro-Americans, you know, Negroid and just brown skin.
I wouldn't say brown skin, yes, but not like what racist anthropologists would call Negroid. Because Negroid.
My bad. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because
I've been reading a lot of old anthropology.
No, and there's nothing wrong with that, right? What I'm simply just saying is that the Negroid type would be the sub-Saharan African that has wide nose, thick lips, and very dark skin, right? So what I'm saying is
some even slim noses, like the Fulani and the Tutsis.
Correct, and the Fulani and Tutsis were favored, just like there were some slave masters that would request some more fair skin, more distinct phenotypes that are more favorably close to Eurasian slaves that they would want to source from Nigeria and modern day Nigeria and Ghana, that they favored, right? That they saw to be the best, you know, as far as phenotype is concerned, right? But let me bring this up for you real quick, and then I'm gonna let you go, right? So I have the image right here, and I'm gonna show this to you so you can see it.
Is it on screen right now? Because I don't.
No, it's not on. It's not on the screen yet. Just give me a second. Let me bring it up. Yeah,
okay.
let me bring it on the screen for you, so you can see it.
While you pull that up, I want to say that thing. The article they just showed me, the diasporal genetic adaptation.
Correct.
It reminds me of a recent genetic study that just came out about a ghost population being in sub-Saharan Africa, and also CNN and other genetic websites just now released an article saying that Africans, that all modern humans have Neanderthal DNA. Yeah. So do you think that the Israelites may have had Neanderthal DNA and brought that into Africa, and that's how we have it too? Because we don't have Arab genes or anything like that. So where does this Neanderthal DNA come from, since Neanderthals were never in Africa?
So the article, so the article that you're talking about, which I'm familiar with, is talking about a small populace that they found that had some Neanderthal DNA. And the reason why is because it was believed that any native Africans that did not venture outside the continent, that they didn't have any Neanderthal DNA, that we find them in higher frequencies of groups that migrated out of Africa, right? Where you have your archaic Homo sapiens that would then integrate with Homo neanderthalensis and create a hybrid, right? And then over time, your Neanderthals would be phased out by more modern Homo sapiens. But then you have more Eurasians that will retain anywhere from 2 to 7% of their DNA. And if you go to Ozzy the Iceman, he had about 20% Neanderthal DNA in him, right? So what they started discovering was that there were some small populaces that was native to Africa that did have Neanderthal DNA, and they're trying to figure out how that's the case. Well, when you go back to the comment,
Yoruba was one of the people that had Neanderthal DNA.
Because of the migration there. So when you look at what was I gonna say? So when you look at the ancestor of the Homo sapien idautu, and the ancestor for Homo neanderthalensis is Homo heidelbergensis, right? And that ancestor is believed to have phased out in Africa, and then they claim that they find some remnants of that ancestor exiting out of Africa, and what branched out of that ancestor was your Neanderthals on one stream, and the other stream was your Homo sapiens idautu, right? But they found out that, this is what they're saying, that Homo heidelbergensis actually did spawn some Neanderthal in Africa before an exodus out, right? So yeah, I mean, this is what they're postulating, right? And it's still, and because of the ghost population you're talking about is a really a new find, a new actual theory that's been brought forth. It requires extensive peer review to kind of like assess where does it fit into all these things. So I can't tell you definitively what my position is, because I'm still reading up on, familiarizing myself with, the pros and cons of it, and those who support it and those who disagree with it. So I can't definitively give you an answer right now. But what I will say is that, when you're looking at the Israelites, we have not sequenced any of their DNA to know what's in it and to know how far back it goes. So if we don't have that, then we're going to continue to speculate until they reveal that data to us, so that way we can factor it into our studies.
Oh, yeah. Okay. That's a good point.
Yeah.
I thought, well,
so let me,
okay, you can show that.
No, it's so good. So let me show this to you real quick. Give me 1 second. And then I'm gonna let you go. And like I said, this is from Khnum Hotep's tomb. It's called the Beni Hassan Muriel. I'm going to upload the image real quick so you can see it on my screens. Give me a second. And I'm gonna show you this one. All right.
While you pull up, okay. Well, I guess we're never mind. Never mind. You're actually about to explain. I was about to ask you the question that you're showing me.
Yeah. So if you look on the screen right now,
yet.
Yeah, it should be up there right now.
Oh, it should. Let me back out of the live stream and come back.
Okay.
Okay. All right, here it is. I see it. The reddish brown Egyptians on the bottom.
Yep.
Yellow skinned guys at the top.
Well, they're not yellow to me. I can show you some more pale versions of Asiatics from the New Kingdom, but you got to understand. So what they did was they bleached this wall to kind of bring out a lot of the fading art that was there, right? And they do a lot of this restoration in tombs a lot because over time things wear out, right? But during the restoration process, which is an image of them doing the restoration, there's a very famous image they have of the restoration. I think I'm gonna bring that one out to you as well. I'm gonna do this one so I can show it to you. But what you'll see is that if you look at the way that their hair is on here, it's really clumped together, right?
At the top.
Yeah, at the top. It's really clumped together. You don't necessarily see the stringy, straight hair that you would typically see from later Asiatic groups that they would show you. And like I said, the 9 bows, and I can show you what the 9 bows look like, because the 9 bows is very popular in identifying ethnic groups through the lens of the Egyptians, right? Because the peoples they were not as much of an administrative group like the Egyptians. So a lot of the things that we get are from the Egyptian groups, and they're going to be shown through how they depict what these people look like, right? But what
these are Hyksos, right?
No, these are not Hyksos. They're believed to be, some of them may be ancestors of the Hyksos. But they're not the Hyksos. That's not their name. Ibsha is the name of the leader of this group. And some people say, the guy in the front, that's Joseph because he has some kind of garment on that looks like it's multicolored, right? This is what people say. I say that's a reach, but if people want to believe that, that's on them. But let me show you the people in the front, because you just see it in the rest of the group, right? But let me show you the people that's in the front real quick, right? Let me bring it up here so you can see right here. All right. So do you see on the screen now? I have another image on the screen.
No, I guess.
Oh, wait, my bad. All right, it's there now. It should be there now.
But since it
should be there now.
I'm going to back out and come back. Okay. All right.
So to my sister Adaya, I did a whole lecture on that back in 2015. And the reason why they're not going to let you excavate what's believed to be the tomb of Abraham or the tomb of the patriarchs is because the peoples that live in that region see that as sacrilegious. So they're not going to allow the exhumation of skeletal remains of prophets that they hold dear if they are both Jews and if they are both Islamic, right? So if you subscribe to the Quran and you're an Arab or you're a Jew subscribed to the Bible, part of your culture is that if you take these bones of somebody that's not sure is, number one, that's stealing, but number two, that would make you unclean as well. So it was against their purification laws in order for them to touch the dead. Now, culturally, they did have sarcophagus, right? And they did have what's called ossuaries, where they would have they would bury a loved one, and after a year they would exhume the bones, and then they would put it in an ossuary, and that ossuary would be used for bones of several successors after that person has died, and the family would keep the bones in the ossuary. We see that practice in the scripture as well in the literature, with Moshe and his bones being taken, right? Yosef and his bones being taken, right? And even when we see one of the prophets who died and his remains were there, he was told, that they told the king that this is the so-and-so prophet that did this. He said, leave him alone, meaning that it was sacrilegious to touch the bones of a prophet or an ancestor, right? So they did not do so. Again, I did a whole lecture on this back in 2015 where I spoke openly, and it was a biblical apologetic response to the conscious community asking where the bones. And I went in depth into that, sis, and I explained that. Now, if you want the link to that, I'm going to drop it for you real quick. So just give me 1 second. It's called the Biblical Exhumation Apology for the Black conscious community. Let me bring it up.
So going back to the image while you pull that up, you believe the Israelites possibly look like these guys?
The guys at the top, yes. I believe that
so
they look like those
like
guys.
Yellowish. They kind of look like I don't want to be racist, but kind of like, you know, Chinese people, like Asian, like yellow.
Well, have you ever seen the Khoisan peoples in
Well,
Central and South Africa? What do they
yeah,
look
they're
like?
they're like a light brown.
How is somebody else calling in at the same time? I don't know what's going on right now. Hold on one second. Nobody's supposed to be calling in while I'm on the phone with you. But what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna post this link for people who are interested in what I just said. But I'm gonna let you go, my brother. Like I said, we can continue to talk. But let me open up the line because I know other people probably want to call in.
Yeah, my bad. I'm sorry.
No, so good. I put the link in the chat, family. For those of you who are interested on my position as it pertains to the bones, and that's for you, Sister Adaya Yisrael. Click on that link, favorite it, and watch it on your spare time. And I go in and explain how nonsensical it is to request for the bones of a culture that did not practice mummification. Egypt was one of the only cultures that did it. Matter of fact, there's no mummification in West Africa. But yet people say, oh, the West Africans, they descend from, or they have the same genetic affinities to Egyptians. Well, why they ain't building pyramids over there? Why they ain't mummifying nobody over there? There's reasons why they didn't do that. There's religious reasons why somebody was mummified. Religious reasons. And as far as the pyramids, you have to have a desert type of environment in order for you to sustain something of that mass. In West Africa, there's a lot of in the regions where we say these West African tribes is that we descend from, there's a lot of forests over there. They cannot support pyramids in the weight of the pyramids, and the material from the pyramids was sourced from the south of the Nile or Upper Egypt. So you have to have the same materials, and mind you, they had to sail up the Nile with these materials in order to build these pyramids. Where are they taking these same heavy materials and bringing it all the way over to West Africa? That's not happening, right? And for the record, the text never says that the Israelites built pyramids. That is an assumption that comes from Josephus. This is not, the scripture does not say that they built pyramids. It says they built storage cities, Pi Ramses and Pithom. And when you go back to the historical record, you'll see where these sites are at. And these sites are close to Avaris. Avaris became the pharaonic naval base when Thutmose, the Thutmose dynasty came and took over that region, and they created storage facilities or storage cities, because what would happen is they would sail from the upper Egypt or the lower part of the Nile all the way to the Nile branch, where the Nile branches out. That's why it's called the Nile Delta. And they would stop at this pharaonic naval base. They would send these people to go and get grain from these silos, and they would load up and sail into the Mediterranean. So these storage silos are there during the Thutmose period. That's when they first started to come on the scene, because there were still Asiatics and some Nubians that were sourced to work on these projects. So when we look at chronology to see where things, and I did a whole lecture on this. I did a whole lecture with all of the academic sources and everything, right? And I you know, I'm gonna start doing, I gotta start getting back into my old academic source PowerPoints, because there's so many things that I'm sitting on that I feel that y'all deserve to have this information. But for you, my brother, like I said, we'll continue to talk. I'm going to do my part 2 to the lecture I just sent to you. That's going to have tons more information, because that one was just like a sample, where I'm going to show you that a BBO statue. We're going to get into more of the cross-cultural analysis. We're going to get more into the historical accounts. We're going to get more critics' positions on certain things. Like, for example, when we look at the linguistic data that shows what's called the Benue-Niger confluence theory, which proposes that the area of Lokoja, which is near the confluence, and the confluence is the injoining of two different rivers, right? The Benue and the Niger River, that they believe that a peoples originated there that then migrated south and then became your modern day Yoruba, your modern day Igbo, and all your other peoples there. And they believe that because they originated from that region, based on linguistic data, they say that this disproves any Oriental hypothesis or any people coming from the East migrating there. Well, there are morphological and syntactical cults, or even just cults, CALQUES, that is used as one deciphering factor to determine the Hebrewisms within the Igbo language. And Remy Ilona had wrote in his book that I have right here. I'm gonna show you the book on the screen because I have this up. Let me go back to my library. I'll bring up his book. And him and some other rabbis and other native Igbo speakers, what they're doing is they're working on this, I'm not gonna say it's a lexicon, but they're working on this linguistic table that's showing you cognates and calques between both Igbo and forms of Hebrew. And they're trying to see, because you can look at Hebrew and determine if it's archaic Hebrew, if it's classical biblical Hebrew, if it's Mishnaic Hebrew, by its form, how the prose is written, how the syntax is done. You can tell what kind of Hebrew it is by analyzing it, right? A lot of us are familiar with biblical Hebrew. I'm trying to get also into inscriptional Hebrew from the Iron Age period, which is a little bit different than our biblical Hebrew, right? But what they're trying to do is show the affinities between the two. And once they're able to construct these affinities that they've identified, they try to get it peer reviewed to validate, to verify internally, and then validate it externally when they present it or when they publish it. And what I'm simply saying is there are other evidences that people have to look into in order to support this position of Israelite migration into West Africa that our community simply is not doing. But he is attempting to do that. And let me show you this book. It's called Hebrew Igbo Republics, Culture, Religion, and DNA. I'm gonna show it to you on the screen. You can go and buy this book. I encourage everybody watching this to go and purchase this book and check it out. I don't agree with 100% everything that Remy Ilona says, but me and him is really cool. But a lot of his work has been the staple for a lot of the things that I've added to, a lot of things that I've brought out. He's really helped to awaken my position. Him and Odi Magalu, who also wrote about this cross-cultural analysis between ancient Hebrew culture and Igbo culture, right? So let me bring it up on my screen real quick so y'all can see it. Here it is. It's right here. And let me share. All right, so it's on my screen. This is it right here. All right, this is called Hebrew Igbo Republics, Culture, Religion, and DNA by Remy Ilona. And again, he goes into the calque. And the calque is a very interesting linguistic trait that I've never heard nobody bring out in our community. Matter of fact, Remy brought it out and didn't even know he was identified in a calque until I spoke with him. And I said, hey, look, that's a calque you just brought out. He's like, what? What's that? So I'm going to add that to my presentation as well. And I'm going to show those affinities based off the work that he's doing. And then I'm going to show you how to identify what a calque is, even in English, right? There's calques all in English. And that's a whole nother linguistic thing. I'm a nerd for those type of things. So I like talking about it, but it takes time to kind of like really unpack it, right? But when I do my presentation, I'm gonna do that. So let me let you go, my brother, because
when will it come out, your next presentation? When will that be?
I have a lot going on. Hopefully, I'm gonna try to get it done in late June, right? If everything goes well, I'm gonna try to get it done in late June. I could do it earlier than that, but I have so many things on my plate. I may not be focused enough to do it before then, right? And I have other lessons and stuff I'm gonna do, but that one is very heavy because it's part 2, and I'm going to lay it out later on, probably in June. Will probably be the best time for me to do it. All right. So let me let you go.
Will there be a way I can get your number possibly somehow so I can give you more of my theories, like the Natufians being descendants of Terra or Ramses?
Well, you have
ancestors being Asiatic.
You have this number. You can text this number. This is my secondary line. You can text this number and I'll respond to it. And that'll probably be the best way for you to reach me. Okay. But like off hours, I don't answer calls on it, but I do respond to texts on it.
Okay. Yes.
All right. So thank you for calling in, my brother. I appreciate that. So let me let you go. We could build another time. I'll try to get 1 or 2 more calls, and then it's already over 3 hours, and then I'm gonna go. Okay.
All right.
All right. Thank you, my brother. Shalom. All right, family. I apologize for that. All right. So if somebody else wants to call in, you can. Somebody else wants to call in, you can. All right. I know I had the screen off of me, but it's cool. So if somebody else wants to call in, you can. All right, I guess there you go. I don't know why my phone is not ringing. My phone should be ringing with these calls. Hopefully you was able to hear him. Hello?
Good day. Midday.
Hold on, caller. My thing is still ringing. I don't know why this is still ringing. Hold on 1 second. Okay. My bad, caller.
Yeah.
What's your name and where you calling from?
This is Doorbell.
Oh, what's going on?
Nothing much. Just got a couple of things. It's funny how, the Cretinisms, that's what Christianity means, actually, is Cretinism. How they always talk about Josephus, but they don't never talk about the fact that Josephus has negative things to say about Paul. And then they don't bring up the fact that the Ebionites have negative things to say about Paul. So those are two things that they seem to always ignore when it comes to, and I don't really call them Paul because it should be, because remember, the Greek, they don't have the sh sound, so shouldn't it be Faul instead of Paul? Because they do have the PH sound in the Greek language. So, and when you do the etymology on Faul, that actually means bad olive, which is interesting. So that's something I know that's very interesting about with the etymology with that name there.
Correct. So,
but
go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I also want to ask you a question. Do you think Adam was a Cushite?
I don't think he would be considered a Cushite because Cush is his descendant. So he would have been something that is a precursor to the Cushites.
Well, let's go to Genesis 2:13.
Sure. Okay.
All right. Was Adam around? Who named the Cush? Who gave it that name?
So this is being penned by people who was not contemporary to the events. So
That's
these
correct.
are scribes that are writing this, right? So the land of Cush would have been something known to the audience. So this is what we call anachronism. So Cush would have been something that would be familiar with the audience. So in order for them to know where the river and the winds with, they would use a marker, a geographic marker like Cush, in order for the audience to identify the region in which this stream is going and where the winds are going at, right? Or where it winds down to the river Gihon.
But we're dealing with a name, and a man wasn't around to give it a name as of yet. So
no, so it was
the
go ahead.
Right, the thought of naming it would have been from the father to even give it a designation, and the designation is always of importance.
Well, what you want to look at is something called an eponymous marker, right? So an eponymous marker is something that is given the name of a person that predates it, right? So people say America is named out of Amerigo Vespucius, right? So that America would be, or American Vespucius would be that ancestor in which this land was named after. Just like Scorpio Africanus, they would say, oh, Africa is named after him. Well, no, he was named after the region he conquered. But nevertheless, if you name a place after an ancestor or a person or a thing, it's called an eponym. So looking at what we're seeing here, Cush is an eponym because that individual did not live at that time, but the region is called.
And that's what we're assuming that it's a name in the first place because we're so
in tune to associate that name with Ham automatically. When we hear it, we associate it with Ham automatically. But that's the first name that is given in the scripture. That's the first time a name is given. That's the first time a name shows up, period.
You're talking about for a piece of, for an area of land, you mean?
Well, even for an area of land, but it's still a person, but because a name is a person, place, or thing. Okay. So.
Well, you also have the land of Havilah. Where's the land of Havilah? That's also a name.
Well, yes, that's true too. But I'm saying the significance of the name even Cush. If we go to the pulling up the etymology of the name Cush, just the meaning of it. I was looking up, actually, if you pull up the name Cush, it's doing some etymology, and you look at the anagram of it. That was very interesting. Going to the second here.
So your position is that Adam is a Cushite?
Well, you got to remember that people in those times, they didn't really have last names. Their last name was based upon the provinces that they normally came from, or the regions that they came from. Simon Cyrene, that wasn't his last name, or Judas Iscariot. These are areas that they inhabited, so they didn't really have a last name. So, looking at that in that particular way.
Yeah, I understand that. And that would be your surname, right? Would come from an area you're from, or a father, right? Somebody you descended from would be what you would be surnamed. So I don't see where Adam is surnamed Cush. Are you saying that he's a Cushite by means of what he lived
in the land, though?
So you're saying that he was in the land of Cush. That's where Adam came from.
Right. That's why the name becomes, because like I said, as the people in those times, their surname would be the land that they came from, and that's because they didn't have last names at that particular time. So where they originated from, and being that Eden is in Cush, that would be his designated area. But if you look at the anagrams for Cush, you get husk. Interesting thing, when you look into the etymology of husk, you get a branch, which goes back to Israel. You have a little connection there. So these are just things that you can see a lot of little threads that you can pull at here that go back to some of these things. But I did a whole little bunch of other studies with that, because that's not the only significance of it.
Can you do me a favor? Can you do a short video on it, like maybe just speaking, if you don't want to show your face, anything, just so I can follow? Because I know you send me a lot of stuff that I take a look at, and a lot of it to me is intriguing. It's easy if I hear you present it, right, where you're connecting all the dots. It makes it easier for me to follow, right? So if you can do that for me, I think that would be perfect, because there's a lot of value in the things that you're saying, and in order for it to be properly unpacked, you have to actually present it where you're able to connect all these different dots with the sources, because if you do it like that, I think it'll be easier for people to follow, right? And for me, definitely, because I definitely want to absorb what you're saying so I can extract the things that I find applicable to where I'm at in my research. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So can you do that for me if you don't mind? Is that okay? Like I said, you don't have to show your face if you don't want to. You can just speak on camera and you can just reference the sources or whatever. Would that work for you?
Yeah, I think I could do something like that.
Because if something happens for you, God forbid,
Yeah,
then what's gonna happen to this information? You know what I'm saying?
Hey, that's why I send it out.
Exactly. Exactly. And we appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Elijah and them, they didn't write stuff. They had scribes, so I just send it out. So let somebody else worry about putting it together.
That's true. And Elijah also had a successor, Elisha, that carried on his work, and he took up the mantle and all that fun stuff. So I feel you. And again, I appreciate everything you send me, and also your perspective that causes me to think. And like I said, it would be more valuable if you can record something for me, because I absorb information really well that way, right? So
yeah, but I'll see you in person hopefully, because I'm in Orlando and I'm still waiting for my invite. I sent it a few days ago.
That's right. I got to send you the date and the location. So yeah. Awesome. Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's great. I would love to break bread in person, and we could rap about this or whatever else. Yeah, man, I look forward to meeting you, my brother. You know what I'm saying? I look forward to meeting you, man.
Yeah, I as well, because these things are quite helpful, and I do, like I said, I do appreciate you allowing me to be on the platform and give some of my. I think that's all that it's about anyway. The scripture says the men got together and they reasoned the scriptures.
There you go.
Coming up with different ways to see things that other people don't necessarily think of. Facts. These are things that we don't see. It's just like with the thing with Adam being a Cushite. We didn't, because I'm reading a book of the 500. I can't remember the name, but it's a 500 questions about the biblical Black heritage or something. I believe it's that nature.
Mm-hmm.
And in the book, he didn't really. I think the father unpacked that to me to see that, realize that, because we always associate that name Cush with Ham, and we don't never really think about, hey, that name first shows up in Genesis too. It wasn't no Ham around yet.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't nobody named Ham. Adam wasn't even around yet. So these are things that, hey, maybe we need to reevaluate.
Mm-hmm.
Especially what the European has put out there for us to believe.
Mm-hmm. So I appreciate that, my brother. Like I said, I'll see you next week, and we can build more of this in person, man. And it'll be an honor just to kick it with you and chat. So let me just let you go, so I can just bring another caller in that may not be fortunate enough to hang out with us. But when I see you next weekend, we're gonna rap, man. We're gonna rap. I look forward to it.
We'll do.
All right, my brother. Shalom.
All right,
Thank you so much, Elder.
All right, shalom.
Okay, caller, what's your name and where you calling from? Hello?
Hi, Divine. Praise Yah and thank Yah for you. You're more than a fountain of wisdom. Do you have an Elisha to match your Elijah?
That's an excellent question, my sister. Not yet. I'm working on that.
Okay. One of the things, I have a lot of questions, which I am not going to ask you tonight. I am so sorry that I just realized that you were on live, because I looked for you last week. But two things that I wanted to mention is that I've noticed on a number of Israelite sites that they don't seem to be familiar with some of the Israelite sites that I'm familiar with. So there were two things that I wanted to ask you in particular.
Sure.
Are you familiar with this YouTube site called The Renaissance? and it's a man from Africa that identifies as a Negro, and and with the Negroes here in North America as his people.
Mm-hmm.
And basically what he says is that that the white man came and saw how we lived, and they wrote a Bible, and that the word of Yah was not written down. And he also goes into like some of the conflict between the peoples in Africa. I wish I, had looked again before I actually spoke to you so I could try to make more sense of it. But basically, he's saying that some of the people that are trying to identify as Negro were not actually Negroes, and they were actually members of the Africans or Hamites who actually captured the Negroes. But what I gathered from him is, he doesn't say it, but I kind of almost think that he's into ancestor worship. And I also wanted to ask you about that too. I notice a lot of our people are getting into ancestor worship and talking about, the ancestors reaching from the sea to take people and all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So thank you so much for calling in and presenting that. I don't recall that site. I don't know anything about that site. However, I've heard similar theories, right? But I'm not familiar with that particular site, so I'm not going to speak on it because I'm not familiar with it, right? What I will do is I will look into it, and I'll kind of like get what his angle is, and then I can share it on another live stream where I'm deconstructing it and give my position on that. Now, when people say that the word of Yah was not written and that it was only oral, I disagree. Now, I don't know what his theories are, right? But we have archaeological evidence that helps to validate the text, right? And I'll give you an example what I mean by that. There's a site called Yavne Yam, right? And it's a site that's not far from that's on the coastal plains, not far from the Mediterranean Sea in Israel. And what was uncovered at this site was an ostrakhan, right? Which is a piece of pottery that was broken and has a secondary use on the rough side as like a writing, I would say, material that you write on. Mm-hmm. And in there was a commoner who was working in a field who was making an appeal to a higher official because his employer had taken his cloak and
yes, I think I heard about that.
Yeah, and kept it, right? And said he wasn't going to give it back until he met the quota, and he was telling him that was unlawful to do, and he wanted the governor to intervene, right? Now we find that oral element, the thing that took place, that case was written down. The only place we find that in the ancient Near East to that detail is in Torah. Now, if we go back and look at the Silver Scrolls, and I had showed a replica of that I have in keychain format. The Silver Scrolls is believed to have been written about 600 BCE and contains part of the priestly blessing from Numbers chapter 6, verses 24 to 26, which is representative that at least that portion of the text was being written. So what they try to say is that songs and prayers and I would say the code of statutes or ordinances were some of the earliest elements of the text, and the narrative is something that came much later, right? Because we see more redactions in the narrative than we do in songs, than we do in prayers, and then we do in the actual laws, right? So separate techniques are utilized to determine which one is older, which one is newer. But I would never say that nothing was written, because even in the text itself, they said that they had scrolls. So you'll see the word book mentioned in the text. That is an English gloss, because in Hebrew, they didn't have books back then. The first books was created by Christians, and it was called codices, right? Back then they had scrolls, right? And they always had scrolls. Matter of fact, the Most High told Moshe to write the book of the law and place, or the scroll of the law, and place it on the side of the ark as a testimony against the Israelites. Well, if they're not writing anything, then are you telling me that, whoever's saying that it was only oral, was that made up? Did they not have something written? So I would have to question the person who's making that assertion to say, hey, what about the elements of the text where things were being written? Are you saying that is just made up in this text and that did not exist? And if so, what is your evidence of that? I don't want to hear just your opinion or your assertion. How can you verify what it is that you're saying? Can you show us some kind of source? Can you show us your methodology for constructing that? And it has to be something solid, something that's verifiable. So if you don't mind, can you please email me that link so I can research that and see what this person's disposition is? And to answer your second question real quick, you had mentioned about ancestor worship. Now, Israelites did not practice ancestor worship. They did have a form of ancestor veneration, and they did subscribe to what's called tutelary spirits. So I'm explaining to you what that is in pre-exilic Israelite culture. When you go to Psalms chapter 91, we see it's a psalm of protection, right? And the same psalm is recited by Hashatan when he is tempting Yeshua, okay? Where he's saying, the text is saying that Yah will send messengers to watch over you or to guard you. I would say really to observe you. So that way your foot will not be dashed against the stone, like no harm will come upon you. These messengers are entities that are assigned to people who are hiding themselves in the shadow of the Most High, where in the shadow of the Most High, he is providing you protection by way of these tutelary spirits or these protective entities or observant entities that watch over you, right? Now, in other cultures, these entities are identified as ancestors and they're worshipped. Israelite culture identifies these protective entities, but they do not worship them, right? They identify them, they know they exist, right? And they know that you are assigned them based on your relationship with the Most High, but they do not worship them. They do not bow down and pay homage in a sense where, they're responsible for their creation or for fate or whatever the case may be, right? Ancestor veneration.
Considered ancestors, because I hear references, where they seem to be referring to direct blood ancestors, like when they.
Hello?
They captive. Those aren't the kind of spirits that they're referring to, I don't think.
No. So the reason why I'm saying that is because different cultures identify different things. And when we talk about people, we have to find out the person who's doing the practice, what culture is that practice coming from, right? Because it can be tied down to some culture. Now you have ancient Near Eastern cultures, right? And some of them, like for example, in Mizraim or in Egypt, they had ancestor worship, right? They even had worship of the Nesut Biti or of the king or the pharaoh, right? They worshiped him as a god in the earth because he sat on the living throne of Heru or Horus, right? So there was ancestor worship and imperial cults that had forms of ancestor worship in Mizraim and then other parts of Africa. And even you had that in Mesopotamia. But the Israelites, as far as their culture, they never worshiped their ancestors, but they did venerate their ancestors. Every time a mention of an ancestor is made, like Abraham or Isaac or Jacob or Moshe, this is giving veneration to that ancestor, right? Because you're holding them in high regard. When you talk about them, you speak about them with the utmost respect, and you handle their name in a way that is conducive to their character when they were alive. So there's a degree of veneration of their ancestors, even to the point when you go into the New Testament and you go into Mount Transfiguration when Yeshua was there with just 3 disciples, and he spoke with Eliyahu or Elijah, and he spoke with Moshe about the things that he was to accomplished in Jerusalem, the text says in the book of Luke. When the disciples saw it, what was the first thing that came to mind? They said, Yeshua, Adonai, let us build 3 tabernacles to you, Eliyahu, and Moshe. Well, why would they want to do something like that? It's because that was already part of their culture. Whenever there was some kind of supernatural encounter where you're able to identify an ancestor, you built a small tabernacle in veneration of that ancestor. You're not worshiping them, but you are venerating or paying homage and respect. But what happened was, in this case, you hear a voice from heaven says, hear my son, and then, they're stopped from doing that. And the reason why they're stopped from doing that is because Yeshua had not died. Because when you do these tabernacles, they're done to ancestors that have already passed, and you're just seeing some kind of visage of them and some kind of appearance where you're showing homage for that encounter. We see the same thing happen when Jacob, he interacts with that angel or that messenger, and then after that he sets up a stone after that interaction. Well, the tabernacle element was similar to that. Whenever there was an encounter, you would build or create something out of veneration with that interaction. So it was believed that this was something that was already a custom of the people that very few people had experiences with, but when they did, that's what they would do. So this is why they had the inclination to do that immediately after they saw Elijah and Moshe. But remember, Yeshua had not passed at that time. He was still alive. So they would have been doing that prematurely because he had not passed yet. He was still alive. So this is why it's important when we look at worship and veneration, because worship is paying homage with the intent that that ancestor has some kind of effect on the fate of your life. Veneration is just giving respect for that ancestor because of the life that they lived, and that when you speak about them with respect. Just like I would speak about my great-grandparents who are no longer here. I would talk about them in respect and in honor of their integrity and so forth. That's veneration for them, but I'm not worshiping them, right? I'm not going to build, or create a statue or have a picture of them and I'm bowing down to it and saying and praying to it because I want some kind of favor from them. It doesn't work like that, right? So that's why I want to bring that out, because you asked excellent questions. And like I said, please email me the link for that website. My email address is kingdomharbinger@gmail.com. I'll put it in the chat so you can see it. And I would love to analyze that for you so I can revisit it and deconstruct it for you. But like I said, people are more given towards ancestor worship because of a lot of the ancestral practices that they believe that their ancestors practice. So they want to engage in the same thing to get similar results. Right. So again, it would just be whoever the person is that's practicing it. I would simply ask or observe how they practice it and be able to trace what culture, what group it comes from, or simply ask them what results are you getting repeatedly by doing this action. So hopefully
when I said ancestor worship, I wasn't really talking about it in a formal way. And when I say our people, I'm not necessarily talking about those of us who have been awakened. I'm just talking about, the general population who have not been awakened yet, and who to a certain extent seem to kind of want to grab hold of anything that is supposedly African, although it's not necessarily of our people.
Correct. And I agree. And again, that's people that's trying to reclaim their identity and find out who they really are. And that is a journey for them, right? A lot of people discount the Bible because they see the slave master beat the Bible into them, or they feel like it's the white man's book or something along those lines. So they just discredit the Bible in any way, shape, or form and don't even consider if it has any affinities to their ancestral heritage, right? And I think that's a big error, but that's why they resort to alternative means. Even practicing, like, for example, if an individual, if you see their DNA, and let's say their DNA comes from the Akan peoples, right? Or the Ashanti tribe or the Fanti peoples. And they decide, I'm going to practice Ifa, which is from the Yoruba peoples. Well, the Fanti people do not practice Ifa. So why are you taking up the custom or, I dare I say religion of one ethnic group simply because they're West African when you're denying genetically the group that you come from. So people just pick and choose what they feel is in alignment with where they're at on their journey in life, and they just go for it. You know what I'm saying? You know, my position is I don't do ancestor worship. I do ancestor veneration. I do not do ancestor worship. And I don't prescribe for people identifying as Israelites. Now, if they don't identify as Israelites, that's different. But if they identify as an Israelite, that's not part of the culture, right? So I don't prescribe that people should do that. But those are excellent questions, and I appreciate you calling and sharing that.
Okay, can I have one final question?
Yes.
I know everyone does this to you, and I'm so sorry.
No,
but
it's
what
okay.
I wanted to ask you about is when you did the series a couple of months ago about the Most High and other countries and peoples having their own gods.
Yes.
Who were the gods of this land, North America in particular, and also South America? Because there, you know, I know you're aware that there are a number of Israelites who believe that the people over here were Israelites and that they were the 10 tribes.
Gotcha. So I would say that the powers that was over here would be known by the shamans of the Native Americans that was local to this region. There are some proposals that some of those tribes are Israelites. And at first, when I was coming into the truth and I heard that, I disregarded it and I was highly skeptical until associates of mine, Mala Ak and Awanyasap, did a series called Despierte Mi Gente. And in there, they actually made a case for some of the tribes over here being possibly Israelites, right? So I'm open to that. But I would say not all of them were Israelites. It's like I would say not all West Africans are Israelites. But I would say that the when we look at the African American DNA that's here and we trace it back to West Africa, a lot of those groups have Israelite infusion into them. Over here in the Americas, I would say the powers over here would be the powers that the Native Americans here. Now, there was a lot of different tribes here that was here. You know, you had the Iroquois, you had the Mayans, you had the Algonquins, you had a whole list of different deities. So I would say that it depends on which area of the Americas and what peoples were there, right? There is different groups, right? So you have the Hopi Indians, you have the Inuit Indians, the Lakota Indians. So the Navajo, I would say it just depends on what region, what time period, and what tribe was there. Like those are the deities that would be over here. And there's a whole bunch of them. There's a lot of different deities. But there's some that say that some of them over here were Israelites and they had, you know, they were saying Yahweh. And they were saying when they were chanting, doing that, they're actually invoking the Most High. But I mean, even with that, we can look into that and see, you know, if there's any linguistic affinity there. But I would simply say that you just have to look at a list of the Native American deities in different periods of time to see. Now, mind you, those Native American tribes had battles amongst each other. So the things that I unveiled in that lecture in the region of the Levant was also taking place over here in Native Americans in the Americas. You know what I'm saying? So this is the political party system. So instead of you actually voting somebody in, you would fight and beat somebody, and that political figure, the highest political figure, would be the deity, because those people had theocracies. So whatever deity won those battles in those regions, and whatever tribes had taken over, then that would be the chief deity of that region. But when these colonialists came over here, they brought Jesus with them, right? And Jesus wound up, you know, winning out, and he became the egregore deity, or the deity that was constructed by the Europeans in their mind based on their interpretation of the text. and that deity they brought with them, and that deity conquered this region. So now that deity is the main deity over the North America and South America, for that matter, based on the Catholic Church. So in the Americas now, Jesus is the chief deity. But prior to that, it was whatever tribes that was around during certain periods of time in certain regions that would have their chief deity.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much. And I'll try to get that information to you as soon as possible.
No problem, man. And what was your name again, ma'am?
Sister V Love.
Oh, Sister V Love. Thank you for calling in. I appreciate it so much. You asked very insightful, thoughtful questions that require me to think before I speak. So I appreciate that.
Okay, then. All right. You have a good night.
You too. Shalom.
Shalom.
All right, family. Do y'all want me to end now or do a few more minutes? Because I'm about to end now. I know like 10 people were trying to call in. But before I go, nobody call in real quick. Don't call in. Before I go, I want to give this away. Okay? I want to give this away. And somebody calls. You see this? Man. Caller, you there?
Yeah, this is Jordan Cadet. Bro, okay. Couple things.
Wait. Well, hold on 1 second, caller. Give me 1 second, okay?
Okay.
All right, family. So I'm gonna take his whatever he wants to say real quick, and then I'm gonna end off. All right. I'm gonna try to go live again this weekend. And if I'm able to, then we can pick up and do a part 2. But I want to cut this short because we're almost at 4 hours, and I want to give this card away before I close the session. And I thank all the people who wrote it out from when I first started to now. Yeah, give me 1 second, caller.
Okay.
All right, so I want to give this away. So let me finish with him. I'm gonna give this away. I'm gonna close out, and then there's gonna be another session sometime this weekend, so we can finish this out because it's getting really late. All right. So I appreciate y'all. Thank you, Yahweh's messenger. I appreciate that. Thank you, my brother Dwayne Yosef. Thank you, my brother Michael Banks. I appreciate that. All right, caller. What's your name and where you calling from?
Say that again?
Yes. What's your name and where you calling from?
Jordan Cadet calling from Houston, Texas.
What's going on, my brother?
What's going on, man? Okay, so I sent you a book on procrastination. I don't know if you've seen that yet.
When did you send it?
Oh man, I gotta look, but after I read that book, because I'm trying to do the scriptures, but I'm also going into the psychology of just procrastination, self-control, because I listen to your calls and your radio shows and all this stuff, and I'm like, what do you think when you retrace your steps back to coming into this walk? Where were you that made you more receptive to this? Because last time on the video we talked about false religion and giving a false sense of empowerment, and how it makes people very defensive of what they already believe because they already have something that serves them in a way that it really doesn't. And I say that because I find it so much more easier to learn when you're not as concerned, when it's like you got to let yourself go to know that whatever you have can change. And it's difficult to introduce higher criticism into a conversation when we're talking about anything because of how hard people hold on to something, not necessarily because of the accuracy, but because of what it means to them.
Correct.
So I'm like, okay, so I have to go back now in my own head and try to figure out where I was when I got this information, because I'm trying to figure out, how to come at people knowing that there was a time where I was not able to handle the questions that I can come up with to ask another person about their own faith. So that's how I'm like, okay, now let me get your side. Where were you when this information came to you? And do you think you were at a negative moment in your life? Did this information fill a void that was there? You see what I'm saying? Like, were we at vulnerable parts in our lives where this information meant something to us? And also I think I was like 20, which I think is also very important, because what I'm learning about the brain and how the brain forms and the reward center is not yet complete. So we're at these ages where we really can take our lives anywhere, but as we get older, it's just a less and less likely chance that it's going to mean anything to you.
Correct. All right. So when I encountered this information, I was not at a low point in my life, which some people use as a rebound effect, right? And they use that as a means of, some kind of romanticism behind their conversion, right? Which a lot of people do. I was not at a low point in my life. Before I actually acknowledged this information, I was actually looking at the different paradigms in the conscious community. While I was a Christian and I was deviating away from Christianity based on the different types of material I started reading that I would not have read before, right? Because as a Christian, I discounted stuff as paganism. I discounted stuff as, oh, that's not good for your spirit, and you shouldn't do this and shouldn't do that.
Now, pause. Mm-hmm. When you say it and see it like that, because I too were once there, even in this walk. When you say it and see it like that, now that you think about that, did you think that material or that thing was some kind of disempowerment, something that would lead you astray away from salvation, or what?
Did I find what my awakening, what people call your awakening, or my transition period you referring to?
Like you were just explaining, when you were a Christian and you would see something that you thought was pagan or so on and so forth. Yeah. Like, what were you thinking when you see that? Because I'm trying to get into the mind of a believer, someone who's still Christian today, because I'm trying to correlate everything I'm reading with my own experiences and your experiences and other people on the show, because we all go through this kind of transformation, but I think sometimes the most precious information that we never really dig up is in our own past. Like, what caused us to recognize this as something, whereas people who think this is all garbage, they're very content with what they have, even though what they have doesn't stimulate them intellectually, doesn't produce much. And it's like somehow, some way, it's like, I think they know, but they're able to not care, because whatever it is they have gives them enough hope to like really know their curiosity. Like, they don't feel like they have to do nothing, like to really build it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And then they struggle because things like procrastination and trauma, when we talk about emotions and powerlessness and all this stuff, all that, your most lowest moments are huge behavior defining points. Mm-hmm. And your highest moments are huge behavior defining points. Mm-hmm. And I'm realizing we're always bouncing in between the two. We're always bouncing in between the two. And there's when somebody, you believe this, you believe that, and like I could try to criticize Jesus more or the Holy Spirit more, and people, they just can't. They cannot. That the line draws right there. Correct. You see what I'm saying? And you even if you're trying to help them add, the line draws right there. And sometimes I'm just wondering, what do you think about all that? But give me an answer that's more personal to yourself, because I think that's the best answer we all can give. Because I know personally, in the beginning, I really, honest to God, I never knew enough to truly take it as offense. I definitely saw Jesus as a very pure character, as a person. I didn't really think big about the white black thing. I just thought it was okay. He's a very respectable person. It was deeper than he was just a Messiah. It was who he was as a person when he was on earth. And I think that's who we really fall in love with. And that becomes a major source of strength for people. Correct. And I'm just realizing when something becomes a major source of strength, it is beyond criticism. Criticism is always perceived as an attack to it. Correct. And so I'm just trying to figure out, like, you see what I'm saying? Yeah, because you have, so and then you have your self-defense mechanisms that jump in, you have your deflection and some projection that goes on, and denial, you know what I'm saying? And a lot of these things occur because that thing that they have that's situated is the foundation of their stability that's in their mind, right? And if you remove that from them, they believe that there's going to be a degree of instability that they can't cope with, right? Because that negative incident, whatever that is, because, one of the ways of successful conversion is through psychology. And Daniel Everett,
he actually wrote about this when he was dealing with the what's it called, the Piraha peoples, and he was a Catholic missionary. That after he finished interacting with these peoples, he left an atheist, right? Simply because he realized that what he was being trained to do to them psychologically to get them to convert to Christianity, they had no need of that. And it's based on convincing people that they are broken, that they are damaged, that they are full of sin. And because you're in this state, you cannot compete at this level of civilization or on the political, I would say the global political scale. Like you fail at this level because you have not advanced your way of thought and your religion, and it's so primitive. So I know for me, when I would hear anything that was adverse against the religion that I had, it was because of things that was ingrained in me to disregard. And there was a sense of fear that if I engaged in something that was taboo to the religion that I subscribed to, that I could deviate away from, like you said, salvation. You know what I'm saying? And that was something that when I was a Christian, it was very serious to me. So I avoided it up until really the defining factor was I had a female friend of mine who she decided that she wanted to investigate Christianity because she knew me before I was a Christian. And when I decided to convert to a Christian, she decided, okay, I'm going to do it with him because we were cool like that. But it didn't work for her, right? It just wasn't sitting well. So what she started doing was she started to engage in Kemetic culture. And she was telling me about it. And I was like, oh, man, you need to really leave that alone because you're about to get involved into witchcraft. And, you know what I'm saying? There's going to be some demons attached to that. Like, I was just saying all of this stuff to her based on my religious disposition. And I did not want to accept the notion that I would be wrong about my position. Like that was something that was unfathomable to me. And I was willing to
so there was a fear of a great loss of power there.
Correct. Or stability. Okay. Because, you know, when I became a Christian, it was really through reason more than like blind faith or something else that people would use. And it was because I was watching a documentary and it was validating that some of the things that I had known in passing from going to church when I did, things were starting to correlate. And it brought me further into the investigative stage of inquiring about what this faith is really about. Because, you know, being raised in it, it was not in me because I didn't really care if I just did it because my mother told me to do it, right? But in that transition stage, there was a sense of hesitancy. But what really drove me was I wanted to understand where she was at to convert her, right? To kind of show her that she was going down the wrong path. And that because I cared about her, I wanted, you know, and about her soul, I wanted to convert her back to being a Christian, right? Because I thought what she was getting at was going to lead her someplace that was not good and that she did not need to go down that road. So it was like a challenge to me. And in doing so, it allowed me to read more outside the box and question my current belief system. Now, can you see this?
Did you feel like that challenge was empowering? Like, I'm going to do this.
Yes.
I feel greater taking upon this challenge.
Correct. And that's what evangelism does to you as well. It makes you feel that way as well.
Also, do you feel like rescuing a person from something that they are unable to fully identify as wicked was a driving force?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so because I'm saying that because, you know, we're just trying to figure out the nuts and bolts of all this because everyone gets into this and gets out of this, whether it just be our faith, Christianity altogether, the Kemetic stuff. People are looking for something, but they don't know what they're looking for, and it's just jumping from one thing to another thing. never clear on what they're looking for and why and what it's going to do for them when they get it.
Correct.
And I'm talk about all this stuff because I'm always interested in how cognition, because when I was a truck driver, like cognition is something that seems to only be activated when people sense danger, right? Or reward.
Correct.
It's always something really bad or something really good.
Correct.
Like they're like, oh, I can't stop this thing. But if somebody offered you $1 million, you would figure it out if the reward is great enough.
Correct.
So it's one of those things where why is it that our brain is so lazy until something is going to hurt it or there's something great in front of it? And, you know, like, because the less I concern myself with, oh, if I believe this, I might go to hell. And because I used to be terrified of questioning God and questioning Jesus and just questioning a bunch of things because we thought these things were unquestionable. And I marvel at the ability of, you know, Christian doctrine to do this. I'm literally fascinated in the sorcery because it works.
It does work.
It's effective.
It does work.
It's beyond this world. It feels like this is psychology straight from Satan because you have to understand things so intricately, like a machine, to change a story like this. Also, I think I asked this last time, but I was unclear, and I'm still unclear now because I'm reading a book about how to write a damn good novel, and how is it that the whole victimness thing has gone from you know, like the praising of a victim. It seems like you arouse people more with a story that is centered around a victim versus a hero.
Correct.
Because you see what I'm saying, right?
Yeah. I feel you. So what I would say to that is there was some studies done on that, and that's because most of the people that have an affinity towards the victim have been victims themselves, and they have never been seen in the hero spotlight. Right.
So we relate to them.
Correct. And that's
by rescuing them, it's kind of like a self-rescue type of
thing. There you go. Excellent. Now look, check out my screen real quick, right? I want to wrap this up.
I'm not able to do that while I'm on the phone.
Okay, so I'll read it to you. I just want to wrap this up with you real quick, just so I can do this giveaway real quick and close out because it's a little lengthy. But you know, I always enjoy our conversations. But the article that I have up is an article. Whoops, let me put it back. I just messed it up. Hold on. Okay, there we go. So the article I have up is called "Reward, Salience, and Attentional Networks Are Activated by Religious Experience." And this study,
I think I read that.
You did? Okay.
Okay, and, no, can you go read it? But I recognize that title.
Yeah, and this study was done amongst devout Mormons, right? And this article that I have here is the primary study, but it's been referenced in like Live Science and Science Direct and other different websites, right? And the abstract says high-level cognitive and emotional experiences arise from brain activity, but the specific brain substrates for religious and spiritual euphoria remain unclear. We demonstrate using functional magnetic resonance imaging scans in 19 devout Mormons that a recognizable feeling central to the devotional practice was reproducibly associated with activation in nucleus accumbens, ventromedial prefrontal cortex, and frontal attentional regions. Nucleus accumbens activation preceded peak spiritual feelings by 1 to 3 seconds and was replicated in 4 separate tasks. Attentional activation in the anterior cingulate and frontal eye fields was greater in the right hemisphere. The association of abstract ideas and brain reward circuitry may interact with frontal attentional and emotive salience processing, suggestion, and mechanism whereby doctrinal concepts may come to be intrinsically rewarding and motivate behavior in religious individuals. So they did an MRI scan looking at brain
I know. I think I had read that. I think I read that.
Well, I'm saying this for the audience as well, so I can kind of put this in layman's terms. But what they were doing was they wanted to know what portions of the brain is activated when these Mormons will go through their religious experience of praying, of worshiping, of doing their day-to-day activities. And they were able to centralize the different regions in which the brain was activated. And they found out these regions that they found was that these doctrinal abstract concepts and ideas that they've been taught is triggered to the areas of the brain that are motivated by reward, right? And this goes on along the lines of what we're talking about, right? And this was, and not a lot of studies have done this. This is in the region or the realm of what's called religious neuroscience and reward, right? Religious neuroscience and reward. And if you type that as keywords and look up, 88 formatted articles or peer review articles, there's not a lot of studies on this, but there's some. This one is cited a lot. This is why I bring it up, because it's very thorough and is extremely interesting. But this same thing is attributed to other individuals of other religious faiths. And in order for me to finally
all religions have the same effect on the brain.
Correct. So in order for me to be objective, because I could be subjective within the realm of my subscriptions, and then I could be objective and critique it, right, or criticize it. And the only way I was able to do that was to learn the science behind what is going on, and in regards to why I am attracted to this particular concept. What does it do to me? What does it do for me? How does it affect me at a psychological level, at a physiological level, on a physical level, etc.? Once I was able to identify things from reading maybe the 4 or 5 studies that I've seen similar to this on religious neuroscience, I realized that if I exhibit the same traits here that is identified by those people who are religious and deal with the emotive salience processing elements of their brain, then I am still catering to a religious favoritism towards a reward that is presented if I worship a particular way, pray a particular way. This is why my reconstruction of the way things are done culturally, like formulaic prayer, and it being a appeal to a judge so he can change the fate of a situation that has occurred, is much different, because I'm not praying in the same vein that the religious people would pray. I pray in a much different form, because the word prayer to me just means an appeal to a higher power, the same way I will go to the judge and I will ask the judge to appeal a ruling on something. And it's the way that I'm able to make these relative concepts actual in my life, that I'm able to see things at a more concrete level than a person whose entire doctrinal concept is abstract and it's not really rooted in anything in the concrete realm. And this is why Christianity, like you said, is so fascinating, because it detaches you away from the concrete thinking that is indigenous. And you see that there are irregular parts of the brain that are lighting up to religion the same way it would do to a favorite smell that you would smell, or a favorite food that you have eaten, right? And even things that you're taught about that you've never encountered before. I could say, hey, I discovered this fruit and it tastes like an apple, and I know apple is one of your favorite foods. And you would start envisioning that that item tastes like an apple, and then you want to seek after it, whether it's real or not. So when you study psychology, like you said, and the way that I've done it in the realm of religious neuroscience and reward, you have to be able to say, how can I operate culturally without falling victim the same way that religious thought and actualization occurs in the everyday life of people who are devout, religious, dogmatic individuals? And you actually have to see the effect it had on you. So I had to look at my past and say, well, when I was a Christian, and I did these things similar to what I'm reading in this article, did I have the same results? And I said, yeah, it was. Then I had to relate it to how I am today. Is it the same results? No, it's not. It's much different. But until you understand this, it's very hard for you to be objective. And it's very hard for you to be concrete and ground yourself in what it is that you're doing. Like you said, having a clear vision of the trajectory in which you're going and why you're doing it, as opposed to presuppositional knowledge based on abstract information that was fed to you by people who also subscribe to something that they don't even fully understand themselves. This is why I use the concept of an egregore and the power of the egregore. People don't understand what that is. The power of egregore. This is why esoteric groups that people say, oh, this is the Illuminati. They say these esoteric groups. These are priestly class that know how to construct esoteric egregores and use them to control the populace through what's called drone theology. They have discovered various ways to control the masses by creating an egregore, getting people to worship this egregore, and by having the ecclesiastical function in the midst of this conceptual egregore that has been crafted up to control people. And they're able to sit at the top because they're able to get people to worship after an abstract concept that is not concrete and actualized in their everyday life. People associate things of reward directly to this deity. This is why when I talk to Christians, and Christians are always attributing good things to God. And I'm like, well, in a religious sense, that's true. But in a cultural sense, that's non-existent. And see, that's a problem, because even when you read the text where it says he creates good and evil, well, good and evil are abstract terms. The text says he creates peace, or he provides an environment for peace, and or he'll provide an environment for calamity, right? Because these are two polar opposite of things that happen. The abstract mind says this is good and this is bad. Well, how do you know to determine whether this is good and this is bad? It's coming to that type of psychological analysis that we automatically attribute good things to the Most High. God did this for me, and I know God did that for me. No. If you believe that, then you're following after religious, what we call religious neuroscience, or you form a form of religious reward, right? You want a reward for what you do, and you feel that if you do the right things, that God will do this for you, or God has done that for you. And to the point, even people who are not devout Christians, who are just professing Christians, they believe the same thing. But I tell them, you cannot have a world in which God can only be attributed for good things. This is why they need a devil. This is why Christians create this devil figure. Like, he's doing everything. You know, oh, I can't find my keys. The devil must have took them. Why the devil doing everything? Because naturally, things have to be balanced out. Naturally, innately. So if you always attributing good things to God, and you say God is good all the time, then you can't attribute bad things to God, because that goes counter to your foundation of God is good. So you create this specter in your mind that when evil things happen, he did it. When even in the cultural literature, the one pulling all the strings is the same power you calling God. But because you don't have a religious, indigenous perspective of the text, and you're not reading it from a cultural perspective, from a concrete perspective, you automatically associate this additional specter to be the polar opposite, because innately the body yearns for balance. Good is functional, bad is dysfunctional. That is how you're able to sum it or deduce it to an element where it's easily understandable. And when you understand that dysfunctional things can also be good and functional things can also be bad, you have to look for this balance within the patron deity who are setting these things out before you, and accept things the way they are, not simply because you're looking for a reward, but you're trying to find that internal physiological balance, and understanding the principles within the culture helps to stabilize that. And unfortunately, a lot of people in our community, they have not gravitated towards this knowledge because they're not studying religious neuroscience. They're not studying the reward center of the brain and the areas of the brain that light up when you have religious experiences, and how it's equal to sniffing cocaine or shooting up with drugs, or even getting any kind of, I would say, euphoria-inducing drugs. That's what it's likened to. And if your religious experience is likened to an addiction, that's why people don't want to let it go. They have not been purged. But go ahead. I'll let you get a final word, and then I'll go.
One last thing.
Sure.
Everything you said is basically like dopamine versus serotonin. People want the dopamine. They want the now. And if it don't have the now, then it's just, it's no good. It must not be God. And also, if you don't speak theatrically in such a way that triggers this release, they'll say, oh, you don't have the spirit, or, you know, that type of stuff. And yeah, I ran into that a lot. But I was going to say, the last thing I was going to say is, do you think that our reward, because I'm under the impression, at least for myself and for brothers, in this walk that our reward is like Revelation 2 verses, I forgot, but when it says, "He that endureth to the end shall rule over nations."
Facts.
And it's not just in a negative way, like a stick in my hand beating you, but knowing that, okay, this way of life will become the dominant way of life, and we can all live in peace. Like I'm developing that now as I'm, conquering the hatred in me, because the hatred is definitely there. Mm-hmm. But I'm saying that to say, it seems like this information is really almost made us super religious now, like even more so religious, where it's like a Christian times 10, because now it's like, it's hard to describe because the reward is greater, but it's like there's a greater reward, which is not as foul as it's not foul like the smaller reward, like the Christians with, we're all happy and we're all together and all this, all that. It's not like that, but it's like it has this effect of making us almost more religious, where now, amongst Hebrews, it's like a great hostility to anybody that's bringing another doctrine or, exactly. This type of, it almost makes it even worse.
Yes, correct. And it's like it's like the same counterpart, right? It's just in a different phase. And this is why when I studied Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Are you familiar with Maslow's hierarchy of needs? So so when I studied, they changed that now, but that's what it was called when I studied it years ago. But when you study it and you get to see the various pyramids, you see that a lot of people's passion comes because they're unable to achieve self-actualization. And when you're unable to achieve self-actualization because the other parts of the pyramid has not been satisfied, then your experience is based on self. And that becomes the problem, right? It's some kind of gain for self. And whenever there's a gain for self, there's going to be some kind of trap, right, that you're going to fall into, or some kind of stereotype that you're going to cater to because of gain for self. And the point of self-actualization is when you realize that higher learning and understanding comes when you remove yourself of the things that self wants, and you achieve a goal that's greater than you. So that scripture that you reference in regards to Revelation chapter 2, in regards to that which is to come is going to be the dominant way of things, that's exactly the understanding that we need to take on to know that that is the bigger picture. Not what self wants to gain, but what is to come and how am I in alignment with what is going to eventually pan out. And this is why when I talk about KHM, this is why we have to set forth an end state. And that end state is autonomy. Because for our people, that is the best way to get them to actualize what they deem or what they call prophecy. It's the closest thing for them to actually physically see before they actually achieve that final end state. And
and I want to comment on that. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I want to comment on that to say I think that you have exemplified that really well, because you definitely made me question myself, and I realized just how foul I am, because I'm like, you can't do this if you don't care about people. Like, you can't do this work because that's such a core driving force. Because sometimes I'm just, man, I just want to know stuff. Yeah. But there's nothing else attached to that. And it's like, it's hard to study when you just want to know stuff, when you're already content with what you know. And like you said, you have to want to be able to change people and to help others. This is why I'm trying to focus so much on, power, emotions, procrastination, stress, anxiety. I'm reading a book right now called The Female Brain, written by an MD. I forgot her name, but trying to better understand how and why we are the way we are, and how we become prey to the things that we have, because everything we have, it serves you one way or another. That's why you find it useful in one way or another. And it could be good or bad. It's either going to hurt you and it's still serving you, or it's helping you and it's serving you. But there's a reason why we believe, and there's also reasons why we no longer believe. Another comment I was going to say on that is, I think sometimes people, they completely walk away from something when they're overwhelmed with criticism. Yes. They could be overwhelmed with doubt, and there's just so many great questions that have been presented, and there's no way they have the means to satisfy enough of those questions at a time, and then everything they believe in now becomes a source of shame because now they can't prove it.
Correct.
And they can't do and that's, remember when I said earlier about the whole, like, your lowest moments, your most powerless moments will become your fears. That's like it's like a point that you're like a ball bouncing in between fears and what makes you feel most powerful, what makes you feel most happy. People trying to stay away from the things that are the source of shame, the things that are the source of fear, and this is what drives lying. This is what drives a lot of evil, drives a lot of this type of stuff. People are always trying to, like, gravitate to whatever makes them feel powerful. And I feel like a lot of times when it comes to, but the problem is when people believe, it's not that they believe for the right reasons, because they're not really concerned with, you know, how their religion affects what's going around them. And then sometimes people disbelieve for the wrong reasons, which is like being lazy. And you're not really, because I have a brother that I know that he just isn't, you know, really with it. He was, but he's not. And I feel like he was just so overwhelmed with doubt, but he never had the work ethic to really get through the books and learn. And never before have I realized, and I thank God I never lost faith, because I've been lazy as hell. And I'm just like thinking to myself how much more laziness is really more of a snare to you than you think. Because eventually something big enough is going to come to you in which you are unable to produce a result, and it's going to overcome you, and then you're done. And you may not be done. Maybe you run into some help, but you're done according to your own efforts. Like, you may not be able to get yourself out that hole, even though you've had plenty of time to learn and study. And the emphasis of learning and study, like, I like how you push that, because people need to know. Like, you need to know that the reason why you need to know is because bigger problems are coming your way that will challenge your faith. Like the whole GMS on the streets, and a lot of people don't understand, like, all this stuff eventually in time is going to undergo so much criticism. No one's going to even want to touch it with a stick. No one's going to want to be next to this stuff. And it's only then they're going to realize the damage that they've really done.
I agree.
And that's why sometimes I'm very hesitant. Like, I don't know if I should make videos, because I'm a prime believer that if something is in you, one way or another, it will manifest. If there's hatred, weakness, strength, whatever's in you, it will manifest. So I'm like, you know, I got a lot of things I want to deal with before I put myself out there to be a leader of some sort or anything, or just a speaker that's trying to help anybody go anywhere.
And I respect that, because a lot of people will do it without even doing that type of self-evaluation. You know what I'm saying? So I respect you for doing that introspective and being able to admit where you're at and give yourself some time, right, to iron things out. You're still young. How old are you?
29.
Yeah, you're still young. You know what I'm saying? So when I was your age, man, let me see, 7 years ago was 2013. That's when I really stopped, like, being active in Christianity during that time. You know what I'm saying? And I had to really find myself, right? Or rediscover who I was. But at 29, I mean, you have plenty of time before, you know, you get in around my age, where you'll be able to subdue those things and be able to be very clear in your conveyance of the truths that you've discovered. And you have a lot to contribute. And that's why I said I would still love, whenever you're ready, to have you speak, you know, at an event of mine, you know, about something that you're passionate about. And I think you do have a little bit more self-control than you realize. You know what I'm saying? And you just need to just be around people that can help stabilize you, you know what I'm saying, or keep you accountable, and vice versa, right? So let's stay in touch, my brother, man. I love every time you call in. It's always something insightful. You always, you know, bring out, you know, a required of me to actually, like, contribute something thoughtful to the dialogue. You can always call back in at another time. You have my number. You can text me. You said you email me. Please email me whatever you said you sent me again as soon as we hang up, so I can grab it.
How to overcome the procrastination puzzle. You might have to share that one with everybody, because
I need it.
It really helps,
because sometimes I procrastinate myself. So so that's something that I'm working on also. So I would love to have that book, man. Please send it again. All right. So I appreciate your time, my brother.
Yeah, I'm going to send that right now. I'm going to resend it. All right. Thanks a lot, man.
Anytime, man. Shalom.
Yep. Shalom.
All right. So I'm not taking no more calls, family. I'm sorry. It's late. I'm getting tired. Thank you all for rocking it out with me. Man, there's just so much information and stuff we went over in the Q&As. Had nothing to do with Valentine's Day, but I'm okay with that. Hopefully, some of the information was helpful to you, was useful to you. And when you study these type of things and you are anchored and you have a foundation, then it doesn't matter who challenges you, right? Because you are already objective. And that's why I said, when you learn culture, it removes fear out of things that you have to say, oh, this has to be true, this has to be right. Like, it removes all of that. Like, if somebody was to tell me that, oh, you're an Israelite by blood, but everything in the Bible is not real, which we know is not true. But if they was to say that, because I see these things as principles handed down from generation to generation based on the collective beliefs, understanding, interactions, diet, migration, or whatever of people. And these concepts were conveyed in literary prose and poetic form in order to convey messages to the subsequent generations on how to stabilize themselves in harmony with their environment and how to progress in life with the least adverse effects. It wouldn't bother me. It wouldn't bother me at all. But because that's not the reality, and because we are able to validate that the text does have historical value, and on top of that, we have archaeology that then concretes the things we read in the text even more further, that only enhances, this is what I call concrete faith. It only enhances where you're already at. But if you're religious, everything has to be right in there. And you refuse to grow any further. And that becomes damaging. All right. Shout out to History in the building. JT, my sister Taki Cochran. How you doing, sis? So again, we went over a lot of heavy stuff. I'm going to end now. It's over 4.5 hours. I'm getting tired. Like I said, there's going to be a big sale. Look at me. Watch. I'm prophesying. There's going to be a big sale later on today on Valentine's Day items. Okay. So those of you who are celebrating Valentine's Day, always shop on the 15th of every year to be prepared for the 14th of the next year. All right. But as for me and my household, we don't do that over here, family. We don't do that over here. It's not part of our culture. And we understand the effects that celebrating these holidays have on the psyche of our people, right? And we don't knock anybody if they're doing it. Just don't push it up on me. And if you ask me why I don't, I'm going to tell you the information we shared at the beginning of this video, right? So to close out, those of you who are still here, there's a good amount of y'all, for rocking out for 4.5 hours, I'm going to give somebody this Google Play card, okay? You can email me. I'll give you all the information off of it, and you can use it immediately, right? So I'm going to try to think of something that those of you who are on here who's been rocking out with me for a while would know. And I like to reward people, you know, who's been rocking out for me for a while, who understands why they are here, why they are listening to this information, if it's helping them to grow, even if they don't agree with it, if it's something for them to look into. I appreciate y'all for that. Now, for this challenge, what I want to say is this. I'm trying to find something that's not too hard. Let me see. Oh, I'll do this. I'll ask this question. Let me see how many of my day ones is still out there. All right. Day ones. Let me see if y'all still out there. And again, this is an open internet test. So you could do a search on this, right? I want somebody to tell me what was the first lecture I did on Sadnetta TV, on Black News 102. What was the first lecture that I did? What is the name of the first lecture that I did on Sadnetta TV, Black News 102? What is the name of the first lecture that I did on Sadnetta TV, Black News 102? All right. It's almost like 150 of y'all in here. I'm sure somebody's a day one. And if you are, this is going to be yours. Okay, it's an open internet test. You can search the internet. You can put DivineProspect and Sonetta if you want, or Black News 102 and DivineProspect. The video is still out there. Okay, but I want somebody to tell me, what is the name of the first lecture that I gave on Sonetta TV? If you can get that right, this right here is yours. Aslan Mahdi, nope, that was not the first one. That was the second one. Good answer, though. Good answer. That was the second one. That was the second one. So what is the first one? And I know Apple users don't care because this is Google Play. But you can still purchase books with this, right? So Aslan Mahdi, he got close. But somebody tell me, what's the name of the first lecture I did on Sonetta TV, Black News 102? And I know Aslan Mahdi has been rocking with me for a while. That's my brother right there. Thank you, JT. I think it was, but I've upgraded a lot since then, back in 2014 when I did it. Aslan Mahdi, you are extremely close, but you have to word it right. You have to word it right. Word it correct, the way that it's out there. If you can find it, you will win this. So if somebody can get it before him, they'll win this. But give me the exact title. Come on, y'all. Let me. How many of my day ones is out there? Johnny Black, no. Nope, that's close, but that's not it. Come on, y'all. Come on, there's 100 plus of y'all in here. Somebody gotta know. Think some of y'all probably fell asleep and just left the video on. The closest one answer there. Aslan Mahdi, you're missing one word. So close. You're missing one word. You're still missing one word. One word you're missing. You have everything except for one word, my brother. Don't let nobody beat you to it, because I know you know. Come on, my brother. Let's go. You can copy and paste it. If you see it in YouTube search or Google search. There you go. I knew he was going to get it. All right, my brother Aslan Mahdi, you have won a $10 Google Play gift card. So please email me as soon as possible so I can provide you with the details on this card, and you can use it immediately. All right. Congratulations to my brother Aslan Mahdi. JT, Kemet on Trial was after that lecture, but that was close. That was close. Yes, Aslan Mahdi, part 1. You're absolutely correct. So you could tell he's a day one. The next giveaway I'll do, I won't just do for day ones. I'll just do something based on what I discussed recently or something I did in the same video. All right. But Aslan Mahdi, just email me, kingdomharbinger@gmail.com, and you will win this. Now, if those of you who want to enter into our drawing to get your bill paid, please pledge on Patreon. All right. I'm going to put the Patreon link up there. Like I said, this is one of the few channels that give back. All right. Click on that link there in the chat. Pledge an amount, and then you will be entered into the drawing for a bill. When we put up the post on Patreon, you will send us your bills and you'll take away any sensitive information you don't want us to have. Okay? And we will put those bills in a pot, or put your name with the bill type and amount in a pot, and we'll pick from it. And then we will give you the money to pay that bill. All right? So let's see if we can get 2 or 3 more Patreons so we can make this happen, family. All right? Again, I appreciate all of y'all. I thank you for rocking out for me for almost 5 hours. I hope y'all learned. Hope this was a roller coaster ride of enjoyment and exhilaration, okay, of information. Hope it was entertaining and educational and empowering and edifying at the same time. And just know everybody here has the indelible quality to be as great or even greater than the greatest person out there. Don't let nobody tell you anything different. Okay. I thank you for rocking with me. You need the email. There you go. That's the email. Thank you for rocking with me. Make sure you're pledged to the Patreon. If you're in Orlando, send me an email so we can invite you exclusively to this event and we can break down for you what we're about. Thank you, History. I appreciate that. I'm glad you enjoyed. But yeah, we shared so much on this live stream tonight. You got to go back and watch the replay several times. Take notes. Do your research. You know, hopefully it can help you. And if you find something that can help me, send it my way. Okay. So much love. My brother Seth is in the building. Much love to y'all, family. I'm out. Let me go get some rest or relaxation or whatever. I had a very, very difficult day. Y'all, please keep me in prayer and your support. You know, like I said, it was extremely, extremely difficult day, man. It made today tough. It made it tough for me to even push through to have this session tonight. But, you know, I am devoted to y'all because y'all support me. So please keep me in your prayers. Please continue to send your support towards me, whatever that may be, you choose. And I'm extremely grateful for y'all, and I appreciate it. And if there's any other topics or subjects you want me to talk about, email it to me, kingdomharbinger@gmail.com. If there's anything I can do to help you, email me, kingdomharbinger@gmail.com, or text the number you see on the screen. All right? So much love, family. Thank you for watching. Peace, shalom, and peace.